It is 6:30. This meeting of the Montpelier City Council is now called to order. Happy Earth Day. Before we get down to business, let's take a minute to fully come into the room, whether we're on Zoom or here in the room. If you'd like to join me, let's put both of our feet flat on the floor and with eyes closed, eyes open, however you like it, take a moment to breathe together, in and out. Two weeks ago, Commander Reed Wiseman stood at the window of the Orion spacecraft and said, "I don't think humanity has evolved to the point of being able to comprehend what we're looking at right now." Christina Koch described what she saw looking back at us, saying, "You see the thin blue line of the atmosphere, and what you realize is every single person that you know is sustained inside of that line, and everything else outside of it is completely inhospitable. You don't see borders, you don't see religious lines, and you don't see political boundaries. All you see is Earth, and you see that we are way more alike than we are different." And finally, from that same window, pilot Victor Glover said, "In all of this emptiness, this is a whole bunch of nothing. This thing we call the universe, you have this oasis, this beautiful place that we get to exist together. We are the same thing, and we got to get through this together." Today is Earth Day. We are that oasis. Let us govern accordingly. Moving on to agenda item 2. To help us have a welcoming, respectful, and productive meeting, let's begin with a few shared norms. We want to understand who's participating in the discussion, so please online display your first and last name if you're joining remotely, and whenever anyone speaks, please begin by stating your name and where you live. We want everyone to have the opportunity to speak, so please keep comments to the allotted time and focus your remarks on the agenda item under discussion whenever that's applicable. We want to have respectful and constructive dialogue, so let's please focus our comments on policies, actions, and ideas rather than individuals. And let's keep thoughts about people's character or intent either to ourselves or to some other forum. We want an organized and accessible meeting, so speakers will need to be recognized by the mayor before speaking. And if you have several questions, please ask them together. And finally, we want the council to be able to complete the public's business in an orderly way. So the rules of procedure in the agenda packet will guide the meeting and may be applied as needed to keep the meeting moving and ensure everyone has a fair opportunity to participate. With that, thank you for participating in the democratic process and for helping us create a meeting where everyone can be heard and where the community's business can be conducted respectfully and effectively. All right, item number 3, we're going to approve the agenda. If there is no objection, the agenda.
Squeeze this thing in here.
Okay,
I can.
Mr. Odom.
If I may, the Positive Pie just showed up with their liquor license request, and it's going to run out on the 1st before we meet again. So it would be a good thing. I don't think, given that it's an emergency, anyone would object in the public if we could add their first, third class liquor licenses and an outside consumption permit to the liquor license section of the consent agenda.
Are there any objections?
Sure. To add Positive Pie's first and third class liquor license and an outside consumption permit to the liquor license approvals on the consent agenda.
Mayor, I also would note, I believe there is a request because Councilor Cohn is absent due to illness to postpone the item on the agenda that she had presented for discussion, which is the proposal to strengthen city and state coordination.
Okay, great. That's item number 13. It should be postponed since she's the one that brought it. We'll also likely be tired by then, so we'll be grateful for a postpone. with these two additions, I think we should have a motion to to approve the agenda. Since it's not exactly as what. Yeah. Do we have a second?
Second.
All right. Any discussion about approving the agenda? All right, seeing none, all in favor of approving the agenda, raise your hand and say aye, so I can kind of see, please.
Aye.
All right, that's unanimously approved. Thank you. Moving on to item number 4, general business and appearances. This is when any member of the public, whether in the room or online, can speak on any topic that they wish. We have, Evelyn, is it 5 minutes per person? Would anyone in the room like to speak? Ms. Roberts? Good evening.
I'm here as the owner of Onion River Outdoors. On behalf of my husband Kip and I wanted to let you know that we strongly support the plans put forth by the city's community economic development specialist, Matt Jalisik, to help Montpelier benefit from the outdoor economy that is alive and well in other communities in our state and across the nation. In doing so, we will improve the attractiveness and resilience of Montpelier, thereby increasing our collective economic security. For 15 years, Kip and I have despaired about taking our recreation dollars elsewhere. We love Montpelier and want Montpelier to thrive, but the bike rides and paddle opportunities in other parts of the state were very appealing, and so we left and felt terrible about it every time we went to Stone Road, that bike path, and even the restaurants. We are representative of many families and couples and groups of friends who also travel to find healthy, fun, active outdoor pursuits. We know that Montpelier has the potential to be that outdoor recreation destination, but it is not yet. We need to provide missing pieces, and those pieces, as Matt will elaborate on later, are a welcome center and public bathrooms, river access that will come along with the dam removal, camping for bike packers on the numerous routes that come through Montpelier. They're already coming through, they just don't have a place to stay here. Increased mileage of off-road bike path and off-road mountain bike trails, and lodging that caters to outdoor recreation lists. We ask the City Council, Kip and I, to please support the plans that are being put forward to increase Montpelier's ability to benefit from the outdoor economy. We know that we can make great strides to improve the resilience and livability of this city that we all love. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Mr. Whitaker?
Steve Whitaker, Montpelier. Tonight, the council is being asked to ratify a process that White and Burke controls and extend it even further. The consultant's memo asked developers to go back to the drawing board. A third round of unpaid design work from firms that have already invested tens, if not hundreds of thousands of dollars preparing proposals on a site with no master plan, no remediation standard, no tip calculations, no readiness to actually award a developer agreement or a contract. White and Burke gets paid regardless of the outcome. The developers don't. Before you vote to extend the process tonight, ask yourselves, what problem does another round of free design work solve, and at what risk? We don't have a cleanup standard. We don't have a site infrastructure plan. We don't know what we're offering developers to build on. The developers aren't the ones who aren't ready. The city isn't ready. And a paid broker asking for more free work from the applicants is not a plan. At the last meeting, the mayor told me I was out of order. I tried to take that seriously, but I concluded I'm not the one that's out of order. The city is out of order. Just like a locked restroom. Let me be specific. The goal, 75 houses per year. Keep dreaming. Development zoning regulations are bloated, yet defended. Planning, non-existent. Circumvention is the only strategy, be it brownfields or Act 250. Last week, I'm told Montpelier police threatened to tear down a man's tent, a guy in a wheelchair on Stonecutter's Way. Somebody else stepped in to help him move. Then this week, they again barricaded the grassy knoll behind the electric vehicle EV chargers, where the unhoused people gather. mostly without creating any significant safety problems. They didn't consult city council before they did that. It's not designated a sensitive area. City officials sprayed someone's food while it was cooking on the grill with a fire extinguisher. You should reimburse that person for the food you trashed. Yet we've adopted a fair and equitable policing policy. What happened this week and for years violates that egregiously. I'm documenting it. 6 weeks ago, the council authorized the city manager to get legal guidance on liability as to where people can legally be camping overnight. Now we're talking about camping for recreational tourists, but we can't even find a place for the people who are here every day. That was 6 weeks ago. We still don't have a place where people can legally sleep, store their belongings, or maintain basic hygiene. That's not a resource problem. That's a choice. That's your choice. And here's the pattern behind that choice. The city's still chasing long shot grants for projects like the council has already rejected. On August 28th, 2024, the council laid to rest the $3 million Confluence Park, a water recreation area on the North Branch. What wasn't discussed is that the site sits about 100 feet downstream from a combined sewer overflow. Raw sewage in overflow conditions into the water where we're proposing people boat swim. That project is now being revived without any canceled discussion as part of a grant. That's not planning. It's just tilting at windmills. It's not planning. That's grant chasing dressed as vision. But there's something worse. On her second day on the job, our new city manager signed a federal CDBG certification of urgent need. She might not have known what she was signing, but she was warned. So she chose to side with the staff who handed her the pen. That matters because a false certification to the federal government triggers the False Claims Act, civil liability, career consequences, potentially for her, and potential reputationally for the city. And here's the particular cruelty of it. That certification claimed urgent need to justify federal housing dollars just to lay pipe for housing that won't be built for 3 or 4 years. Urgent need indeed. While the people outside right now, tonight, with nowhere to sleep, get police harassment. I filed 3 Inspector General complaints, one with Department of Transportation on the build grant, one with HUD on the CDBG grant, one with EPA on the brownfield violations. Those are formal referrals for investigation. And while those investigations proceed, there's still a preschool on Country Club Road in the middle of a documented brownfield. Children every day playing on untested grass and soils, no disclosure, no remediation. And this council continues to conduct business repeatedly in violation of open meeting law and public records law. So yes, I was told I was out of order, but what I've described tonight, the human displacement, the false certifications, the children at risk, the closed doors, that's all par for the course. Country Club Golf Course.
Thank you, Mr. Whitaker, for your comments and your vigilance. Does anyone else in the room like to speak? Mr. Ogwin.
Hey guys, thanks. Appreciate it. My name's Clay. I live right over here. I've been in town for a couple of years. I'm in a temporary space over here on St. Paul, kind of behind Mangy's and near the elementary school. And I just wanted to give you guys a perspective of a homeowner who's our property abuts the church's parking lot over here where a bunch of the encampments have been. And there were 3 tents back there for maybe 2 or 3 weeks. And I've got little kids, you know, I've got a 2-year-old, a 5-year-old, and a 9-year-old, 3 daughters. And, you know, we're outside playing with some friends and a bunch of little kids, and there's people, you know, from me to Ms. Brown, that far away, smoking crack, screaming, "I'm going to fucking kill you," to each other, screaming, just horrific sexual kind of talk with absolutely no regard for the homeowners, the citizens, the children that are right there, visible right next to them. And, you know, we called the cops. The cops said, they'll call us when they're making a bunch of noise. They started making a bunch of noise. Most of the nights was at 2 or 3 in the morning. Mrs. Brown, you can attest to that. So the cops show up at 2 or 3 in the morning and they quiet them down for 10 minutes. The cops leave, after it starts again. And I tried to call the cops to just to explain what was going on and to try to file a more formal complaint so something could be done instead of just addressing them when it was loud. Because when I walked my daughter, my 5-year-old, out to watch the thunderstorm the other night, and from around the corner, somebody can't even see, screams, "I'm gonna fucking kill you," at the top of their lungs to somebody else. And my daughter is asking me all these questions about these words she's hearing. It's too late to call the cops then. And so when I tried to file a complaint with the cops, with the police, I got hung up on twice. Each time I was explaining that I'm not the kind of person that complains about things. I'm a father and I have responsibilities to protect my children. I know the situation, the solution is complicated. You know, I'm an empathetic person. I want the best for everybody here. I understand people have needs. I understand people have nowhere to go. I really, really do. But the cops would not, or the police would not remove these people, and the church would not remove these people. So we left message after message. We talked to the pastor. He showed up a couple of times. My next door neighbor called the cops several times. You know, after a while, you stop doing it. And when I'm trying to file a complaint so something's done about it, instead of us just like addressing it when it happens, to get hung up on by our own law enforcement, when I was being respectful both times, it just blows my mind. How do you get hurt? Do you guys see the difference between trying to address it before it's a problem instead of calling after it happens? Because I can't make my kid unhear the things that they heard. And we can't unsee people calling somebody on the phone, car showing up, sketchy drug deal, crack smoking, right there, right out there, broad daylight. I just want you guys to understand homeowners' perspective. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Clay.
Clay, can I have the information?
I'll get it to her. Is there anyone else in the room that would like to speak? Is there anyone online that would like to speak? Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Mr. Hughes, go ahead.
Yes, you also see Peter Kelman there, but I will go. I'm Zach Hughes, and I'm of Montpelier, also the Homelessness Committee Chair. And I have several things to discuss tonight, just briefly in the 5 minutes or less. I guess my big question, but before I go to that question, I'd like to address the homeowner and just say I really sympathize with you. I was out there working that support on Saturday. They were all pretty much removed out of there. And yeah, they have nowhere to go now. So, I dealt with a very tough weekend. I just want you all to be aware of this. This isn't it's going to go away. And I said this to you folks when you got sworn in. And no amount of police move alongs are going to work. I love the collaboration we have, but we have nowhere to send them. I want you to be very clear. I want to be very clear with you. We have nowhere to send them. Okay? Berlin? Nope. There's nowhere. So I am urging the city to realize that we need to figure this out together. This isn't going to just go away. And to that end, Homelessness Committee has put on their agenda a time where if we can bring people in to talk, be great. I would invite our city manager and other officials to come in on a regular basis. And I'm really concerned. We just got another encampment notice tonight. There's nowhere for people to go. So I'm putting it out to you folks to come up with ideas. We're trying in Homelessness Committee, but it ain't easy, as that homeowner just said. And unfortunately, the folks aren't making it easier either for us, the ones that we work with. Believe me, we're trying to figure out how do we address these behaviors. I've been exchanging emails with citizens who were complaining about the electric chargers. Okay, so Montpelier, it's time to figure it out. and not just try to send them out of the city. We got to figure it out, and we got to do it soon. I don't want to end homelessness. I want to figure this out. Okay. And that's really all this is. And again, because you're going to get more of these issues with homeowners. You're going to get more issues. And we have to do it. So our next meeting, I believe, is in early May on the first Thursday at 2:00. I would invite the city manager and other officials to come to the committee, please. Thank you very much and have a good evening.
Thank you, Mr. Hughes. And thank you for your work on the homelessness committee. We will just like to say, I think our next meeting, in fact, did we just settle on April 29th? On April 29th, we're holding a special meeting to address this issue, and that is the only item on the agenda. So I'd encourage folks to.
Thank you so much.
Yeah, I would encourage folks to write to your counselor, intend to show up. We'll be discussing what can and maybe even what should be done at that time. Mr. Kelman.
Thank you.
Before you start the clock on me, did you introduce Counselor Sheridan as being here?
He's here. He is pinned on our screen. We're aware that he's here.
I know, but in the beginning of the meeting, aren't you supposed to get officially notice that he's here?
Oh, all right. No, we did not do that. Counselor Sheridan, are you here?
I am here.
Thank you. And Counselor Alfano, are you also here?
I am here.
All right. Thank you for that point of order, Mr. Kelman. Go ahead with your comment.
Okay. Before I give my prepared comment, I would just like to recommend to everyone who, this is apropos of what Zach Hughes just said, we had a very thorough report done 3 years ago. The Parker Advisors report made a lot of recommendations for what could be done. It was ignored. You need to read that now again. New City Council, read it. I don't agree with everything in it, but there's a lot in there that starting all over again makes no sense. This was really looked at very thoroughly 3 years ago. Once again, I would like to have comment on several important agenda items on tonight's, as usual, overpacked agenda. But as a result of the council's current policy of disallowing public comment at the time agenda items are being discussed, I'm faced with a Hobson's choice. Either to speak briefly at the beginning of the meeting about these issues before they've even been presented to the council, or to speak at the end of the meeting, by which time it may already have been acted upon by council, and I will have left to go to bed long before that. So I'll make the only real choice I have, that's what Hobson's choice is, which is to use the time remaining to me during general business and appearances to speak about the two matters that I am most concerned about at this time. I also am concerned about the flood control, the flood damage amendments, but I'm not going to talk about that tonight. Item 12, 87 State Street Local Development Corporation, which is strangely labeled in the agenda as Limited Development Corporation, although the cover sheet says local. I'm wondering whether that's a Freudian slip. In any case, I'd like to strongly endorse the proposal that the city join as a member of a local development corporation, often called an LDC, but I hate those acronyms that make people who don't know what it means feel like they're Martians. And that is being created to, quote, respond to opportunities to acquire and redevelop 87 State Street. Montpelier previously had such an entity, I seem to recall, it's called the Montpelier Development Corporation. Barry has one, it's been very active. And in fact, I'd like to see this LDC also take on 12 Main Street, which we've not been able to do anything with. How many years since the beverage center was demolished? Anyway, and maybe perhaps even Country Club Road if the current developer selection process fails to deliver an appropriate solution. Item number 8, the all-around adventure economic development plan. While I'm generally supportive of outdoor activities like biking, hiking, paddling, fishing, etc., as a component of an economic development plan for Montpelier, and this hasn't been the first time this has been suggested, I am strongly opposed to the whitewater proposal that I heard the other night in the After the Dams meeting event, and you'll probably hear tonight under item 8. This is a poorly conceived, elitist economic development boondoggle straight out of the 2016 consultant-produced Economic Development Strategic Plan for Montpelier, which I have recommended before, and I recommend again that you read it to see how elitist and that is the guiding economic development plan for Montpelier today, 10 years after it was published, 12 years after it was written. It's in the city plan as additional materials. If you have it, I suggest you read it. That development plan basically recommended that Montpelier be more like Waterbury Stowe and not like Barry. This whitewater park desecration of the Winooski might be welcome in Stowe, but it is about as alien to Montpelier as any economic development idea I've ever heard. And it certainly is not what I imagined when I first heard John Copan speak so movingly about facing the river. Facing the river, yes. Whitewater sports, no. Chasing after money just because it's there is poor public policy, and it won't be accepted by many people in Montpelier. I urge the city council to remember and learn from the failures of so many proposed projects for Montpelier because they were the passion of a few who forgot to check in with the many. My time is up. Thank you.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Kalman, as always, for your perspective. Mr. Goldman, your hand is raised.
It is, but I may choose to lower it. Thank you. As Mr. Kalman has expressed, it's really hard to hold the thought and try to prepare for what you're going to say later. It really is a tough process. So I'll probably use most of this time to encourage you. Councilor Palin, when you adopted this process, was going to go for 6 months. She had kindly suggested that maybe we do a 30-day reevaluation. It's been several months now. I think, as Peter said, it's very difficult to participate. I don't really know what you're going to say, and I hate to just put something out there in a hope. And then the other part, too, is, as Peter said, is that a vote can take place. Now, I think, as you folks know, I probably will be one of the few people that will stay up as late as you choose to do it. And I guess I'll just talk about that, folks. And I encourage the council to maybe consider the other process when we could be more actively involved. If there's some meetings where there's just so many people that you can't, I totally understand that. I guess I'll stop there. And I do thank you all for your time. And I hope you will consider maybe go back to the other process, which I think is more inclusive. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Goldman. Is there anyone else online that would like to speak, share your perspective? Anyone else in the room? Okay, thank you, everybody who lent your voice to this process. As we wrap up, I'll say that I think we are coming close to the end of whatever the trial period was for this round of public comment, so it will be back up for discussion soonish. We don't have it on an agenda, but it's coming up. The homelessness discussion, we heard a lot of voices about tonight. Next week and on Wednesday, we will have a meeting just to discuss those topics. And with that, we're going to move on to the next agenda item, which is number 5, the consent agenda. So the consent agenda, John, help me out here with the process. Are we adding the Positive Pie liquor license as an agenda item separately, or does it Are we wrapping that into 5D, the liquor and tobacco license discussion?
What I had brought up and that seemed to be moved was just adding into the liquor license list.
Okay. All right. With that in mind, is there a motion to pass the consent agenda?
I move that we pass the consent agenda.
Okay. And Mr. Sheridan, with that hand raised a second?
No, I asked for 3 items to be removed to the city manager.
Okay. Which are those items?
Sorry, I did communicate those to the mayor, but we must have had a miscommunication.
Yes, I apologize for that.
The contract for the Berry Street Recreation Path, the contract for the inspection services for the Berry Street Recreation Path, and the DRM contract for legal services.
Okay, so that's G, H, and I. We'll remove those items and discuss them individually. Someone help me with this process. Do they normally go towards the end, or do we do them immediately after the consent agenda?
Yeah, we do them now.
We'll do them now. Okay. Then for items 5A through F on the consent agenda, thank you, Councilor Sheridan. I was unaware of that. I apologize for that oversight. A through F, knowing that D includes the Positive Pie liquor license as described by Mr. Odom earlier. Do we have a motion to help me out here, John?
To pass the consent agenda as amended.
Yeah.
You just
Move that we pass the consent agenda as amended. Second.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. All in favor? Is there any discussion? No discussion. All in favor of passing the consent agenda as amended, raise your hand and say aye.
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 Okay, unanimously passes. Let's move now to item 5G, construction contract for Berry Street Recreation Path. Councilor Sheridan, would you like to speak about that?
Yeah, I'd like to actually speak about all 3 of them together. Just something that I want to say that relates to all 3. I have spoken about this in the past with the previous Kelly, and I spoke about how in the past, at times when I was on the council for 12 years, the consent agenda was used to put high-priced items on because they wanted it to slide through, not really notice. Because who the heck reads the consent agenda? Really nobody. So I don't like it, and I'm going to say this to you, Kelly. I mean, I'm not blaming anybody for this. This is just some advice. Don't put high-priced items on the consent agenda. It makes the city look like it's trying to sneak stuff through that people don't really notice and won't speak about, because who looks at, like I said, who looks at the consent agenda? So, and besides, I'm just going to take them off anyway. So I think when it's a high-priced item or controversial, it should not be on the consent agenda. So, and if you put it on, I'm just going to keep taking it off. So thank you.
Okay, understood. Thank you. Would you like to, do you have anything to add?
No, it's your agenda. I'm happy to accommodate however you wish to fashion and order it. So I've heard that, and we will make sure we list those separately moving forward.
Thank you.
Okay. Are there any clarifying questions about 5G before we move to motion and discussion? No clarifying questions. Okay, then is there a motion to approve item 5G, the construction contract for Berry Street Recreation Path?
I move we approve items G, H, and I on the consent agenda.
Is there a second?
I'll second.
Okay. Is there any discussion about items G, H, or I? Seeing no discussion, all in favor of passing items 5G, H, and I together, raise your hand and say aye.
Aye.
With three, any opposed? Okay, so we'll do a roll call because it's not unanimous and we have participants online. Counselor Alfano, how do you vote?
Yes.
Counselor Sheridan, how do you vote?
No.
Counselor Doyle?
Yes.
Counselor Brown?
Yes.
We have to have four to pass, is that correct?
That's tradition. I don't think it's Robert's rules, but that is the tradition.
So this does pass with three, is that what you're saying?
We looked into it and it does.
It does, okay. If that is the case, then the motion passes.
Wait a minute.
Yes, Counselor Sheridan.
That isn't even a quorum. That isn't even a majority of the council. How can 3 votes pass?
A quorum is here, and within the quorum, the majority passes.
Yeah, but it's got to have 4 votes. It always has had to have. What are you trying to
Traditionally-
do, John? Change the
Traditionally, but we looked into it for the last meeting, and that tradition is actually not founded in the charter or in Robert's rules. But it has been the tradition.
So if 3 people are here and 2 vote for it, it passes.
No, sir, if three are here, that is not a quorum. There must be 4 for a quorum.
Well, this is the first I'm hearing of this in 13 years.
I can double check the charter right now, just to make sure there's no question.
But Counselor Sheridan, while John is looking that up, would you like to, we'll go back into the debate portion and discussion portion of this. Would you like to voice concern about why we should not pass these 3 items?
Yeah,
I understand that putting them on the consent agenda maybe is not the way to do it, but to the items themselves, would you like to speak as to why we should vote one way or another?
No, I've just never heard that if you don't have 4 votes, something passes. Never.
Okay.
So we're making up rules as we go along.
Jim, we're not making up any rules. I'm looking it up for you, but I didn't make anything up, and I resent the implication.
I don't care what you resent.
All right, let's bring the temperature down, please. Thank you, gentlemen. I know you can both do this. No, thank you. But appreciate the offer. Counselor Sheridan, how close are you, John?
I'm right here. A quorum is necessary to conduct business. However, the transaction of business shall be in accordance with 1 VSA 172. So I'm going to double check 1 VSA 172. I will also double check Robert's rules. I want there to be no question on this.
Okay, so Counselor Doyle, do you have anything to say?
No.
Okay. Yes, Manager Curry.
I might recommend either you take a break or you could move on to the next item, or you could do council reports now if you wish to.
John, would you like some time to?
Well, I will say that the statute says when joint authority is given to 3 or more, the concurrence of a majority of such number shall be sufficient and shall be required in its exercise. I will now double check Robert's rules.
Counselor Sheridan, would it satisfy you or make any difference to your confidence in this vote if I were to cast a 4th vote and make it 4? Would that make any difference to your comfort with the decision?
Well, I've always thought, like I said, I have never heard that 3 votes can pass anything in the 13 years I have been on the council.
All right. Does anyone have an objection to moving on to the next item and then circling back to this after the break?
That's a great idea. We can confirm everything after the break and then revisit this and take another vote or not.
Does that work for you, Jim?
Yeah.
Okay, great. So we will take this up first after the 8:30 break. For For now, we will move on to item number 6. Manager Curry, did I
No,
skip
I
something?
just would note that, you can't take action unless you settle this question for the remaining items on, and the next items on the agenda.
Should we take a break?
Sure. We'll take a 5-minute recess. Will that work for you, John, or 10?
Oh, sure.
Okay.
I've got it. So.
We'll take a 5-minute recess. Thank you.
Unbelievable.
Call us back to order.
You want me to give a formal report?
Sure, that'd be great. Thank you. Mr.
Okay.
Arnold.
So there's nothing in the charter that says that if there's a quorum here, it has to be essentially a supermajority. It's just a majority. It cites statute, and the statute that it cites or that it refers to does not indicate that anything other than standard Robert's rules, where if a quorum is present, there needs to be a majority. The only, and neither does Robert's rules require anything but a majority if a quorum is present. The only thing that speaks to the tradition of the body, I think, is the rules of procedures, which refers to the mayor casting a fourth vote. That would seem to be, again, a reference to the tradition, but is not a rule in the rules and procedures. It's a list of reasons the mayor might want to cast a vote.
Okay, so if I could summarize, I think that in order for us to conduct business, we have to have a quorum of the body, which is 4. And then action can be taken with a majority of the quorum, which is 3. We have those 3. The tradition that you speak to says the mayor will vote only to break a tie vote, to create a tie vote, to create a fourth vote, or for appointments and bond resolutions of necessity. It seems that we do not require a fourth vote in this case. 3 is enough. But because Councilor Sheridan has reservations about this process, and I would like everyone to have confidence in this decision, my understanding of these items before us is that these are items that have been approved by previous council decision, have been planned by city staff, and need our approval to move forward simply because of the dollar amount attached to them. For that reason, I think we should vote again, and it's my intention to vote to create a fourth vote. Councilor Alfano, how do you vote to pass items 5G, H, and I as a group?
I vote yes.
Councilor Sheridan? Sorry, Councilor Sheridan, you're muted.
No, sorry.
Thank you. Councilor Doyle?
Yes.
Councilor Brown?
Yes.
Okay, and to make a fourth vote, I will also vote yes. The motion passes. We're done with the consent agenda. Moving on to item number 6. National Administrative Professionals Day. Hopefully this will be a relatively simple procedure. By way of clarifying questions, I'm going to read the resolution as it is written. We'll then entertain a motion, we'll have discussion, and then we'll take a vote. Resolution recognizing National Administrative Professionals Day 2026. Whereas National Administrative Professionals Day is celebrated on the Wednesday during the last full week of April, and whereas the city of Montpelier, Vermont honors and values the vital role administrative professionals play in the successful operation of our city government, and whereas administrative professionals serve as the operational backbone of municipal government, providing essential coordination, communication, and organizational support that enables all city departments to function effectively, and whereas these dedicated individuals demonstrate exceptional skill, professionalism, and commitment in managing complex scheduling, records, correspondence, and public inquiries, often serving as the first point of contact between residents and their local government. And whereas administrative professionals in the city of Montpelier contribute significantly to the transparency, efficiency, and accessibility of public services, ensuring that the needs of our community are met with care and competence. And whereas the contributions of administrative professionals are frequently performed behind the scenes, yet their diligence and expertise are indispensable to every city initiative, project, and service. And whereas, in addition to city staff who fill formal administrative roles, we also acknowledge and celebrate the work of all staff who perform administrative functions beyond the expectations of their job descriptions, and recognize their willingness to go above and beyond in dedicated service to our community. And whereas National Administrative Professionals Day provides an opportunity for the city of Montpelier to pause and express its deep gratitude for the individuals who dedicate their careers to public service in administrative roles. Now, therefore, be it resolved that we, the City Council, hereby recognize and honor the administrative professionals employed by the City of Montpelier on this National Administrative Professionals Day, and extend our sincerest appreciation for their tireless dedication, expertise, and service to the residents and government of our grateful city. Do we have a motion to adopt this resolution?
I move we adopt the resolution as read.
Thank you, Councilor Brown. Is there a second?
I'll second.
Thank you, Councilor Doyle. Is there any discussion? Seeing no discussion, all in favor of adopting this resolution as read, please raise your hand and say aye.
Aye.
Passes unanimously. Thank you very much. Moving on to item number 7, and thank you very much to our administrative professionals. All right. The next item on the agenda is the Country Club Road Developer Selection Process Update and Project Timeline. We're going to hear from, looks like Mr. Miller, we're going to hear from the subcommittee, and then we're going to make a decision as to how we're going to proceed and give some direction.
I believe I'm turning this over to Sal. I think he's going to be handling the presentation. I'm just here if there are questions. Mike Miller, Planning Director.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Miller. Councilor Alfano.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor. We have a presentation which I believe Evelyn will share. And Evelyn, whenever you're ready, and I'll prompt you to advance slides as needed. Great, thank you. So you can go to the second slide. We wanted, as a subcommittee, to review the progress in the development selection process. We've reviewed all the proposals from the 4 developers. We've submitted questions to all the developers and received written answers. We've interviewed all the development teams, and we've received feedback from the public on all the proposals. And based on this activity, there is still, at this point, not a clear winner. The process has been much more iterative than we expected, and we've reached something of an inflection point. And so we're bringing this proposal to you tonight. We're looking for some confirmation on how we should proceed. The next slide, please. One outcome of the process to this point is that it's kind of brought clarity to what our overarching objective is, which is really to select the right partner for this process. After looking at all the resource materials, we landed on key criteria for what a viable partner is. And given what's at stake, we believe the most important factors are financial capacity, a proven ability to execute, and the professional capacity to reach alignment with the city goals. Next slide, please. This doesn't mean that design doesn't matter. It's still critical. It's still essential. It's what the new residents at the Country Club will live with every day. But the design process itself is iterative, and the final design really takes shape after the developer is selected. Oh, can you back up a little? Yeah. So we have a long process ahead after we select a developer in a letter of intent, a development agreement, which establishes the working terms and the financial viability of the project. And then the developer, once the developer is on board, they will continue to explore additional design elements. So it's not that we're putting design aside, but selecting a developer is bigger than simply selecting a design. And we've been caught up in a lot of details of the proposals, including design. And we want to return to this concept of partnership because we're going to have a relationship with the developer we choose for at least 20 years. It's a long time. And we think that keeping partnership at the center of our selection process is essential to managing that long-term risk for the city. Next slide, Evelyn, thanks. So we're at a point where the subcommittee needs more information. We have, through the interviews and the review of all the resource material, we have lots of requests for revisions from each of the developers, really. I mean, in some cases, we want to see better integration with the recreation area. In other cases, we need more detailed financial information, or we need more variety on proposed housing types, sizes, square foot costs, details like that. So our plan is to go back to the developers and ask for revised proposals. Next slide. At first, we thought that we'd ask for written answers. We had good success with submitting questions to the developers and receiving written answers in the first round. But we have such a large body of material now. We have our subcommittee questions. We have the financial analysts' feedback, staff input, feedback from the public. It would take a lot of effort to formulate questions separately for each developer by sorting through all of that material. So we think it'd be more effective to provide that feedback directly to the developers and give them an opportunity to address it by revising their proposals. Next slide. So one important question is which developers continue to the next step. The subcommittee may eliminate candidates who fail to meet threshold criteria. For example, we've already eliminated Penrose due to difference in their vision of the development. It's not to say that we've burned our bridges. We have preserved that relationship and feel that we can go back to Penrose for a future project if need be. But it may be that their proposal just didn't fit in this particular case. So before asking for revised proposals, we're going to take time to determine whether all three remaining teams meet the threshold of our criteria for a valid partnership. And we will do that in our next subcommittee meeting, pending the decision of the council tonight. We see two possible paths forward. Next slide, please. First option is that the subcommittee continues the process. We extend our meeting schedule. The staff continues its due diligence. We can provide short updates in the council packet. So every couple of weeks, report on progress, and we would continue with the plan process to make a final recommendation brought to the full council. This will preserve our continuity and momentum. It maintains a small working group, which was the original idea in forming the subcommittee. It's been much easier to schedule for three, although we just barely managed to find a time where we and the consultant could all meet together. We've met about 40 times, a few more, maybe 45. So it's a little more efficient, creates a shorter timeline, but it requires confidence in the current process. The other option, next slide, is for the full council to take over the process at this juncture. I believe Stephanie Clark of White has outlined that process in the memo that's in the packet. But briefly, if that is the council's preference, we would recommend an onboarding period of a couple of weeks, where councils get to review all of the submissions. They receive briefings from subcommittee members, and then we proceed to larger group meetings of the full council. for the next steps in the process. This would take more time and effort. I know it'd be difficult to schedule a larger group, but it would provide broader council participation in what is a pretty critical decision. Next slide, please. So what would happen either way? The next steps in the process are to submit the revised the feedback to the developers and ask for revised submissions. Set a deadline for that, which we think might be about 6 weeks. Then review and deliberate on the revised proposals when we receive them, do the final vetting for the selected team, and then make a recommendation to the council on a final decision for selection, assuming that there is one. I suppose we'd be back to square one if we couldn't find a partner that we liked enough to work with. After that, the letter of intent and the development agreement process still remains, which is, we're not sure of the timeline, but that's at least a couple of months process, maybe longer than that. Stephanie can speak to that. Next slide, please. So the process that follows selection it's up to us to decide on how it might go. But one idea would be a small negotiation team, kind of like what the subcommittee has done for the selection submission. It seems like a more efficient way to go about it. It's going to be a long process. The council will be updated along the way. It requires some specialized expertise. So it seems like that would probably be the best option, and that would presumably take place over the summer. And the council, of course, would have final approval over all of the conclusions of that process. Next slide. So here's what we're asking. Should the subcommittee continue to lead this process, or should the council take over? We believe we have the authority. We simply want confirmation because the process has become a little more complicated and more iterative than we expected, and we have no clear-cut decision at this point. And before we take that next step, we want to make sure that the council confirms that is indeed our charge. Next slide, please. So it brings us back to the concept of the right partner. I mean, we really believe that the long-term success of this project depends on a partner who has, strong financials, a proven capacity to deliver, and the willingness and the expertise to align with the city's vision. So those are the criteria that we would go forward with in the next step. So if other questions we can help you with, Stephanie Clark, our Whitenberg consultant, is with us tonight and can help answer questions if needed.
I just have one clarifying question. The slide about the negotiating team, that would be a step that comes after a partner is selected. Is that correct? Do I understand?
Yeah,
regardless of whether the subcommittee or full council select a partner, do the work between now and then. That's a next step, correct?
That's right. Yeah, that's completely separate. Mm-hmm. It's a rather long process, though. I mean, it's very similar to what we've been through. Maybe not quite as long, but.
Are there any other clarifying questions before we entertain a motion? I'm looking especially at Councilors Sheridan and Brown and myself, who are not on Councilor Doyle, obviously, if you have questions, but we're the ones that are not on the subcommittee. Does anyone have questions about this? Counselor Doyle?
Yeah, I just would like to thank you, Sal, for making that presentation. Also want to just acknowledge Adrian's work in putting it together. And just to kind of reiterate or say again what, I think why we're coming to you is because I think when the subcommittee process was originally envisioned, it was we had 4 developers. We were going to come back with a recommendation for 1, maybe 2 for the full council to decide. And as Sal said, the process has become more iterative, and really we have recentered the focus of finding the right partner. And as such, given that we're going to be asking for more due diligence, there really is the real possibility of kind of winnowing the field before asking people to spend lots of money when they haven't met the kind of a threshold of the partnership. And so it just felt like that was something we didn't want to do without reaffirming that that is the will of the council for us to move in this direction. And if it's not, that's okay. There's another way to move this process. We just want to make sure that we're all on the same page before we, continue making decisions. And again, just remember what the end goal is. We're not deciding, we're making a recommendation to the full council. The full council will decide if and who our partner will be, but we'll be potentially winnowing the field to make a recommendation to the council.
So what I hear we're asking for, either we're going to bring it to full council to do the work, or if the subcommittee is going to continue a sort of refined and restated charge of what you should be doing and what authorities the full council would like for you to assume. Is that?
Yeah, I think the work has gotten a little bit more complicated, and we just want to reaffirm with the full council that, in fact, we're still heading in the right direction. Or if you want to pivot, this is a good time to do it.
Okay. Councilor Sheridan or Brown, do you have any questions? If not, I have another one. Go ahead, Councilor Brown.
Oh, I don't have any questions.
Oh,
Something to say, but not.
okay. My question is, well, why don't you go ahead and say it, and then I'll ask my. Well, I'll just go. Why be coy? Councilor Alfano, as the chair, do you have a recommendation for us? I didn't hear a clear case or recommendation in the presentation.
I do not have a recommendation. I believe we have the authority given our charge to proceed with this next step, whether or not it includes winnowing the remaining 3 developers to a lesser number. A decision we have not made, but we'll make before we go through, before we send out the next the materials for the next step.
And using Penrose as an example, when we say winnowing down, we're sort of saying discontinuing further conversation with them on this topic. We're not talking about rejecting them outright as a decision. Is that correct? Is that what you understand winnowing to mean?
Yeah, that's right. At this stage in the process, I mean, in the interview with DEW, for example, they were called in after a contractor had been selected for the transportation center. After having been omitted then from the process, and another contractor selected, they were brought in. So the developers. It's not unusual, and for this to happen, and none of them. We haven't burned any bridges with any of these folks, and don't intend to. This is not going to be the only project the city does, and we want to maintain those relationships.
Great, Councilor Brown, and then Councilor Sheridan.
Thank you for such a clear presentation. Thank you to the subcommittee for doing all of this work. When we established this subcommittee and we sent you off to do your job, my understanding was that it would be a small group who would be really diving into the proposals, asking the questions, doing the research, doing the due diligence, and then coming back to the full city council where we make the decision. It will be our decision which partner to go with, but the subcommittee would give us really good information with which to make that decision. So I would, if they're willing to continue doing the work, I would like to see the subcommittee continue on. We may need to be really clear what the charge is, and I have some thoughts about what might go into a motion. But that would be my preference, that this committee forges ahead, uses whatever methods they feel appropriate to do their due diligence, to evaluate the proposals, to provide regular updates to the city council, so we know how you're working, and then come back to us with information about each of the proposals. Not just say, here's the one, take it or leave it, but to say, here's our recommendation, here's why we chose this one, here's what we think about the other ones. And then the whole city council will look at all 4 of these proposals and figure out what we want to do. So that's the way I would like to proceed.
Understood. Councilor Sheridan. You're muted. If you're talking, we can't hear you.
Sorry. First of all, we don't even have 1/3 of the council here. So I'm not sure why we're even going to make this decision at this point with just 2/3 of the council here. I also want to thank the committee for putting on all the time. I could go either way, quite honestly, but I want to talk about something I said way back in my first meeting that 3 of you were at. I know you weren't, Mark, and I know you weren't, Kelly. I said this was not going to go like we thought. I have been involved with multiple things that the city has done that take years to do, and they never turn out right. I said this would become nothing but a money pit as we try to struggle our way through, and boy, that is certainly turning out to be true. We're going to vote on more money tonight, and we don't even have anybody. I have heard nothing about the article in the paper about one of the developers, which doesn't sound too good. And, I've seen other stuff about that developer. I'm kind of surprised that we have 2 members of the housing committee signed on to one of them. I think maybe they ought to step off the committee at this point because they're biased now, and I don't feel that they're going to, be somebody that should be making decisions. I tried to warn you, but none of you listened to me. Y'all just plowed straight ahead because you all know so much more than people like I do who have done this I'm in my 16th year of being a politician. But apparently that doesn't mean anything. So I'm just going to continue seeing this being a money pit. There's a reason why no local developer wanted to touch this. I mean, Steve Rebellini, who made $1.8 million on this, didn't even want to take 20 acres for $1. That ought to tell us all something, because they know what's up there. So this is just turning into like another thing. By the time we get going, none of the grants will cover the costs. There'll be other counselors that come in that want to change things. I talked about moving targets and shifting sands is what happens to projects over time. And I'm already seeing this coming true. I can tell you Stonecutters Way, the transit center, the district heat, all those things were long-term projects. We never turned out to be what the community or anybody envisioned. And I'm beginning to think this isn't going to do the same. But I'm happy.
Councilor Sheridan, I'm sorry to interrupt you. I mean, no disrespect, but the issue before us is how we're to proceed with the subcommittee now, continuing or bringing the decision to the full council. Do you have something to add about that, or a question to ask about that issue?
Well, I did say my part about that. We don't even have 1/3 of the council here to make the decision, but I can go either way. I don't really care at this point.
Okay. Appreciate your perspective. Do you have a suggestion about how we might proceed at this time?
I think so. Nope.
Okay. No, okay. Thank you very much. Before we go to Stephanie Clark, since we're hearing from counselors, I'll just read something that Counselor Cohn sent me this afternoon, since she was not able to make it for health reasons. She said, if the subcommittee thinks it is time for the city council to step in, I think it would be best to continue the process as the whole council. We worked efficiently as a whole council during the city manager hiring process. We met frequently and the whole council decided to hire the new city manager. It would be great if we could do the same thing with CCR developer selection. So that's just another perspective weighed in. And then thank you for bringing that up. I don't know why I'm not seeing that. Ms. Clark, would you like to say something?
Hi there. Thank you for taking this up. I just wanted to add two clarifications. One, when you think about winnowing the field down, I want to reframe it a little tiny bit to say it's actually really choosing who doesn't advance in the process right now with this step. I think it's important to remain open to the fact that these are all really there's been a lot of work put into these proposals with a lot of thought put into them. And so it's very possible that, if we got to a point down the line, we want to then re-engage one of the previous proposers, that we would do that. So it's just not an advancement, which means we're, yes, winnowing the field to who we're considering, but that field could broaden again if we got to a certain breaking point or a lapse in the development agreement. As we've said all along, the development agreement and the process intentionally have a lot of off-ramps for the city because this has to be an iterative process. Every public-private partnership is an iterative process, and it needs to be that way so that everyone's building confidence together and taking measured risk at every level. And then the second clarification is just that if we continue down this process, for what it's worth, if you'd like your real estate consultant's perspective on what would be best practice for process, I would strongly urge continuing with the process you've established, that you have people who've been working on this for now 6 months who are really steeped in it and have a lot of knowledge there, that have done all that due diligence and conversation with all of the developers. So to keep the integrity of the relationships already established in that process, I would think that would be the better approach, but I defer to the council on that entirely. So if we were to continue on the subcommittee process, then the ultimate goal would be to bring back, as Councilor Brown mentioned, bring back a recommendation with all the data about what went into that recommendation, about which teams weren't selected and why. But if it was possible to bring back two, we could. I don't know that that's advantageous because, again, without having been participating in the process, how do you decide between the two? I think that would be a very unique situation, but we would give you all that information if we could. So I'm just trying to calibrate expectations about how that might look. It's, again, a lot of this is unprecedented. The majority of public-private partnerships are not, the selection of the private partner is not done by a larger committee. It's usually staff and consultants that pull that together using, past expertise. But from this committee perspective, I would say that getting to a decision for the council to make based on one recommendation and why the others weren't selected would be probably the best practice.
Okay. Any other comments or questions from council? All right. Manager Curry, go ahead.
Yeah, I guess it would help. It would help clarify, I think, for me, if you do choose to bring this back to the fuller council, if that time spent together is in addition to your ordinarily scheduled time together, or if that is in replacement of it. For example, do we spend these meetings, because they will all be warned and publicly held, for work on Country Club Road, or do we add more time into your calendars? Because it just will help me understand that for a broader workflow of other things we need to get in front of you as well. Thank you.
If I could, I would just say, I think it would be a real mistake to do that work at these meetings. I think the city has a lot of other business that we need to attend to. Our agendas are pretty packed already. So I think we would need to be having separate meetings. The other thing that I would just say too is all those subcommittee meetings are open to the public, including all city council members, right? So I think it provides actually a good option of, like, the subcommittee right now has made a commitment to attend all those meetings and do all this work. And it's a little bit like optional for the other counselors at this point. But, if they feel the need to be more engaged, that that opportunity is there right now.
Councilor Brown.
Yeah, I appreciate that point. And one of the suggestions I would have is that we do whatever we can to make those meetings even more accessible and that information even more accessible. So for instance, they're all recorded, right? But I don't know where the recordings are online. So maybe they could all just be posted on that site, that page, that's the Country Club Road project. So then anyone who wants to see what have the conversations been like, they could go back and they could watch all of those and they could attend meetings going forward, and it would just be available to any counselors who want to be to be part of that.
I'm sorry to interrupt. Finn, the battery is about to die here.
Okay.
Okay, thank you.
And the public as well. Anybody can be part of that.
And if I could just respond, we did hear that direction from the last meeting and are building that repository of information to send to council and get online for everything that's appropriate.
Great. And just to add into all that, I also don't think we could, if we were to take this back as a full council and eliminate the subcommittee, I don't think we could possibly do it in our regular committee meetings, in our regular council meetings. So it would have to be more time. And I feel pretty strongly that I don't think it would be a wise move to take it away from the subcommittee and bring it back to the council. If the subcommittee recommended that to us, then I would respect that and listen to that. But doesn't sound like we're getting that recommendation.
Would you like to restate that as a motion?
Yeah. So I wrote some things here, and I want to share the elements that I think might go into a motion before I actually make a motion.
Okay.
Okay. So the draft I have here is that we direct the existing subcommittee on the Country Club Road development process to continue their work under the following charge. Conduct due diligence with staff and consultants to continue to evaluate the development proposals received, share regular updates on the process at city council meetings, and make a final recommendation to the city council for a development partner, which will include substantive findings regarding each proposal. Yeah, I'll do that. If that sounds like.
That sounds like fine language to me.
And then does that, from the subcommittee's perspective, does that cover what you want?
It does. I do want to, I really like the way that Stephanie said that, right? It's not really about winnowing per se, it's about prioritizing proposals that we feel are more actionable and continuing to do a higher level of due diligence on those proposals, right? So I just want to capture that, right? That there is a scenario in which we don't ask, we just kind of pause on some and move forward with others in the process of getting that kind of due diligence. And I just want to make sure that the full council is aware of that. And so that we're not, I just want to make sure we have shared expectations that that's a possibility, because the alternative is we just move forward with everybody having to do all this due diligence, even if they don't meet certain thresholds where the subcommittee feels confident.
That seems terribly inefficient to work that way. Yes, Councilor Brown.
Yeah, I agree with that. I'm not sure how to get that into a motion with a charge, because that to me sounds, I think that's covered under conducting due diligence and evaluating the proposals.
Sorry.
Yeah. Well, did you want to?
Could I suggest that we don't try to put it all into one motion?
Right.
That we have a motion to allow the subcommittee to continue, and then we have a separate motion to refine the charge. Or is there any point in that?
I wouldn't split them up that way.
Okay.
I think the question is, does the subcommittee want the city council to explicitly tell them it is okay for you to decide we are going to stop pursuing conversations with any of the developers at any point along the process as they make their decision for a recommendation?
I hear the subcommittee asking for that clarification.
Okay.
I would suggest that if I actually agree with Carrie that if we think about conduct due diligence, right? Maybe if we just say conduct due diligence as the subcommittee sees fit.
Yeah.
Then that would, I believe, cover it. Sal, I'd certainly be looking to you.
No, that's the clarification that we're looking for, and I agree that that the language that Ben proposes would work for me.
Okay, so I could add in as the committee sees fit.
Okay, you want to give it a second?
I think that's the key. Sure.
All right, let me send it to.
All right. Before we do that, everybody take a breath in, take a breath out. Councilor Sheridan, do you have any questions or comments while we are in this brief pause?
Yeah, I'm fine with it going back to the committee, but I'm not going to vote for that tonight because I just said we don't have two people here. Councilor Gill expressed a desire that she wanted to pass it on to the full council the last meeting. So I don't even know if she still wants to do this. Councilor Palin said that she wanted it to come to the full council. I don't know what the rush is at this point. We aren't moving anywhere on this. So I don't know why we can't discuss it with 6 of us here with, instead of a third being missing. So I'm not going to vote for the motion because of that, not because I'm against it going back to the committee. I'd like to see the whole council weigh on this because this is a big matter. It's not some little thing we're talking about. So, but you can always add the 4th, Mark. So you don't need me anyway.
Question back to the subcommittee. What work do you have to complete between now and 2 weeks from now? Is there any harm? Because if we do nothing tonight, then things will continue as they are, which is the subcommittee will continue. You'll just do so without the additional clarity of refining the charge. How much work is there to be done between now and then, and how much would this impact?
Well, it would certainly be better to have clarity on this now, but it doesn't stop us from from continuing. It does extend the process somewhat. I mean, in 2 weeks, I expect, Stephanie, we would have the information out to the developers well within that period, I would think.
Well, I think if we don't, we made the decision at last subcommittee meeting to pause everything until we had this clarity tonight. And so
that's true. We expected, that we
weren't proceeding to talk to the developers and to tell them the direction. So they're waiting. I touched base with them to let them know this was happening tonight. They're waiting.
We have a meeting Monday where we were going to, as a subcommittee, based on this decision, we would, proceed.
Okay, Councilor Brown.
I would prefer to move ahead tonight. I don't want to hold them up anymore. I think that it was pretty clear what they're asking for from us. This was warned. This was, known that this was going to happen at this meeting. So I think it's okay for us to proceed. So I'm going to make the motion because I didn't actually make it yet. I move that we direct the existing subcommittee on the Country Club Road development process to continue their work under the following charge. Conduct due diligence as the committee sees fit with staff and consultants to continue to evaluate the development proposals received, share regular updates on the process at city council meetings, and make a final recommendation to the city council for a development partner, which will include substantive findings regarding each proposal.
Is there a second?
I'll second.
Thank you, Councilor Doyle. Is there any discussion on this? Seems like we've had all the discussion, but formally, is there any discussion or debate on the topic? If not, then Councilor Doyle?
Yeah, I mean, I do want to say I am sympathetic to a couple of Councilor Sheridan's points. Having said that, I do think we should move forward. And I think if Councilor Gill and Cohen, have radically different ideas and want to revisit it, I think they have the opportunity to do that in 2 weeks. I don't want to speak for them, but I also don't have the sense from them that they feel strongly about this. And so I think we should move forward, just given that we have these ongoing conversations with the developers and we have momentum and we should move forward. And again, I know we don't want to revisit council decisions, but if they feel very strongly about it, I'm happy to hear their concerns at a future meeting and revisit this issue if necessary. And I also just want to say, Jim, when you said that this was going to be a complicated process and there were going to be shifting sands, and I did hear that. And I just want to say that I did hear that. And I do appreciate your perspective.
Any other discussion or debate? Okay. We know this is not going to be unanimous. I'm just going to do it by a roll call. we'll go in reverse order. Counselor Brown, how do you vote?
Yes.
Or should we restate the motion? John Odom, would you reread the motion for us as it is?
Move that we direct the existing subcommittee on the Country Club Road development process to continue their work under the following charge. Conduct due diligence as the committee sees fit with staff and consultants to continue to evaluate the development proposals received, share regular updates on the process at city council meetings, and make a final recommendation to the city council for a development partner, which will include substantive findings regarding each proposal.
Counselor Brown, how do you vote?
Yes.
Counselor Doyle?
Yes.
Counselor Sheridan?
No.
Counselor Alfano?
Yes.
Okay, I will cast a fourth vote to make 4, not because it is required, but because it lends confidence to all the members of the council in the solidity of this vote. You're out of order, Mr. Whitaker. Thank you. All right, we're going to move on now. I just would like to say thank you very much to the subcommittee for all the work that has gone into this. Thank you, Counselor Sheridan, for trying to keep us honest, even though there's a will of the majority of the council present to move the issue forward. And thank you, Counselor Brown, for making the motion. All right, we're on to number 7. It is 8 o'clock. I think we've got time to at least get into it. Would you like to tee this up, Manager Curry?
I would, and I'd like to invite our team to come up to the table here. We have a multi-part presentation for all of you. It is a comprehensive presentation. We have organized it in a way where we're laying the groundwork, doing some education up front, and then action items towards the end. And so I might ask that we get through the presentation and then take questions afterwards. And the topic for this is the All Around Adventure campaign, an economic development campaign. And it's a 4-part request that we have of council. We want to refresh your knowledge of this economic development campaign, which had come together through a collaborative process prior to the 2023 flood, and which has established components that are now integrated into the city plan. As the first part. The second part is to present infrastructure components that are integrated to the success of such an economic development campaign for the city. Discuss and present and request your support for going out to the community for a public engagement process in order to present this integration of these 2 components that are heavily supported through the city plan and your strategic plan. Check in with the community to make sure that that integration makes sense, get feedback on the specific components of the plan, and how they might be prioritized in the mind of the community. And then also request your support to begin working on a grant for the U.S. Economic Development Administration. That grant is time bound. It is a one-time pot of money for communities that have come out of natural disaster. We acknowledge and recognize that this is something we will develop in partnership with the Economic Development Administration and our federal partners based on their input. And so that's sort of the overall request here. I think that I see, like, the way that I frame this is kind of, we're getting into the second loop around what I see as a big feedback loop process. And that feedback loop started with your major community visioning for the city plan and for your strategic plan, laying out components for a strong outdoor recreation economy. And this is putting more detail to that, testing that detail makes sense, and having plans to come back to you all as we continue to get public input on that. And so with that, I would like to turn that over to our team. We have Matt Jalasik, who is our Community and Economic Development Specialist. We have Alec Ellsworth, who is our Parks Director, and we have Evelyn Prim, who is our Communications Coordinator, and they have all done a great job putting this together, and I hope you all find it very interesting. Again, we look forward to your questions and discussion when we reach the end. So with that, I will turn it over.
Thank you to all 3 of you for coming.
It's a fun day to be talking about the outdoors. We know from every academic study, all the literature that's out there about how great communities work, that they thrive when there's a lot of diversity and a dynamic culture within them. The same is true of economic development. This is a diagram that it shows the economic development of Japan. What's interesting about this, Japan being the most advanced manufacturing country in the world, what's interesting is that you can't get to the outer nodes until the inner nodes are filled. You can't leapfrog over things without massive foreign investment, for example. If it's going to be homegrown, it has to come from the combination of factors that are locally available, locally driven development. And what's interesting for Montpelier is that we don't have that diverse economic foundation. Our economic development depends largely on what the state does and what the insurance companies do, and to a lesser extent in Montpelier, within our scope of influence, what the medical profession does. What's interesting currently, and what local businesses have expressed clearly, is that although the numbers of employees who are getting paid in the city has remained more or less constant for 25 years, COVID and remote work has taken an enormous toll on the foot traffic downtown. And that doesn't show up in the economic data that the state puts out on employment. And so you can see this massive drop during COVID, and then it's slowly tapering back up, but it's still significantly below. And what's important to me in this role is that we can't control that. We, the city, have no way of making that better. We can't fix it. And so what we need to do is find alternatives that are nodes of potential development that are adjacent to what we can actually affect, to be able to promote local businesses and to support the local economy.
Well, could you go back to the previous slide about Japan and just tell us briefly what we're looking at there?
Yeah, can I go to,
please?
So each of these circles represents colors, represent different industries.
Mm-hmm.
And each industry gets connected to other industries based on its adjacency in terms of technology. So you can't, for example, build advanced optics if you don't know how to build a sewing machine. Learn how to walk before you can run.
Gotcha.
And the size of the circle is the impact on the economy. It used to be an international development. I mean, we look at this type of data all the time because when you want to go start to help promote economic development in Malawi, you have to be careful about what you post. It has to be something that's reasonable because it's available. For Montpelier,
Thank you. Yeah, I appreciate that.
For Montpelier, we have a few things that are really clear adjacent nodes. We sit at this intersection of a lot of outdoor economic activity. The counties in green to the north and south of us are reliant on the outdoor economic activity. And although we in Washington County have a lot of outdoor economic activity that contributes to our economy, because the government is such a large employer, it's still the dominant thing. So for Washington County, our designation is government reliant. It's not possible for us because the scope or scale of the economic activity of the government eclipses the outdoor economy, but it's very close. Okay. So as you all know, I haven't been here very long, but I learned a lot by reading. And my father's an economist and sent me this book, To Vermont. And this is on the jacket cover, but the entire book is really talking about this struggle that has been in the state since after the Civil War about what our relationship economically, the state's relationship economically is to the outdoor economy. What role should tourism play? What is the appetite for bringing people into the state as opposed to trying to preserve it for ourselves? And is it possible that that outdoor economic activity would help fill the gaps that other economies have failed? Waves of forestry originally and then granite collapsing. Like, what do we do? Because we don't have the nodes to become a biotech center or a car manufacturer. We don't have that existing infrastructure. So the theory here is that if we tap into the resources, the beauty of Vermont that we have, we can start to realize an economic development opportunity that would then support the local businesses.
Great. Thanks, Matt. This is where I'll take over for a little bit. Alec Ellsworth, I'm the Parks Director and happy to be here. In my observation of council over the 12, 13 years I've been working here, I'm continuously amazed at how you can go from homelessness to country club road development to hearing about outdoor recreation. So I'm sympathetic to the whiplash here. Feel free to stop and ask for questions as we go through this. This is my third presentation to council about this topic. I've also presented to the Parks Commission, the Transportation Infrastructure Committee, the Montpelier Foundation prior to the FRM transition. The last time I presented about this was in the spring of 2023 to the Montpelier Business Association. So this project has been more or less on pause for the last 2.5 years as far as trying to grow that Montpelier's outdoor rec economy, because the partnerships that we're working on now, have been consumed by flood recovery. So no surprise there. The last 6 months, this conversation has really picked up again. I think in a lot of similar ways to the way it started in 2021, which is like looking at the city in the wake of COVID, now in the wake of flooding, what's our identity? How do we move forward, and with fewer people coming to work here, amongst other things, I think the critical piece that we've picked up in that interim is the lens of flood resilience to this work, which is very complementary. And we'll get into that a little bit. But yeah, our coalition includes Montpelier Alive still is really key. The city, this team here, I think is strong. Matt really brings economic development expertise. I'm on the outdoor recreation side, and then Evelyn is bringing the communications and community public feedback piece. Councillor Gill has been involved with our group. The business community, mainly represented by Onion River Outdoors, but also Montpelier Alive, our mountain bike club, Mamba. And then there's outside of this core group, there's sort of a second layer of partners that, maybe they're not like advancing the outdoor rec economy, but they plug into pieces. So like Vermont River Conservancy, Friends of the Winooski, Foundation for Resilient Montpelier have been really involved in some of the dam removal work and river resilience. And so there's a sort of a second layer of additional folks. CVRPC, I would consider in that as like a regional partner that has helped advance these conversations on a broader scale. That's Central Vermont Regional Planning Commission for those of you out there who are struggling through the acronym soup. I'm here to sort of like refresh our memory about the outdoor rec economy. And last time I presented to council was in the fall of 2022. So I think only Councillor Alfano and Brown were on council. And so apologies for any repeat slides. I'm not advancing. It's all good. I'll leave it to you. Next slide, please. This is good. So yeah, first question is, what is the outdoor recreation economy? What is outdoor recreation? I mean, really quickly, it is what you think it is. It's not a surprise. On the list on the left, in words that hopefully you can read on your screens, just a list of basically activities. The ones on the right are the size of the squares correspond to the number of people that do this activity in this country. Next slide. Who participates? About 57% of people age 6 and over participate according to national trends. I don't have at my fingertips the Vermont trend, but I'm guessing it would be higher. We're outdoorsy people in general. And you can go to the next slide. There's growth in all sectors, across income levels, ages, race, ethnicity. This outdoor participation in outdoor recreation is increasing across the board. This is just one slice of that. So this is by age. The orange one that's heading up in the steepest curve is older adults. So those 65 plus are the fastest growing cohort. engaging in outdoor recreation. So that tracks really well with our population and our building. This is just some national data on the percentage of each state's GDP that is contributed by outdoor recreation. So the darker states are those that have a higher percentage share of their GDP from outdoor rec. We used to be second only to Hawaii last time I gave this presentation. We are now fourth. So we're behind Montana and I believe Maine actually. So if we go to the next slide, it'll show that one. Yeah, we're fourth. Alaska has those rascals have exceeded us. So yeah, we're still at about the same 4.7%, but it looks like others have jumped up. So this is happening. Our state is doing it. That probably not a surprise to people. That really feels like an important part of the Vermont brand, certainly for those on the outside, and the Vermont identity for those on the inside. I would say that, Montpelier is mostly not capturing like those dollars. We, certainly not 5% of our city's GDP, I would say, is coming from outdoor recreation. So
I can add a statistics. We're 7.7% below what we were before the floods in terms of the outdoor economic activity in Washington County. So before and after the flood, we have not recovered 7.7% of where we were.
Thanks. Yeah, next slide, please. So this brings me to the All Around Adventure campaign. So we're looking at, especially back in 2021 in the wake of COVID, okay, how do we start capturing some of these benefits for Montpelier? Focusing on economic development, looking at other towns, and learning lessons. We don't necessarily want to be on the bleeding edge, nor would we be. There's many communities that have done a variety of strategies to make this happen, and we want to build on our strengths, Montpelier's strengths, to create a strategy that is unique to us. We did look at other communities, and you can go to the next slide, please. Like some good examples, sort of comps for Montpelier. This is North Carolina, Brevard. They're in the middle of the map. If you look, they're like 2.5 hours to Charlotte. Big city, maybe that's Boston is our version of that. They're 3.5 hours from Atlanta, 4 hours from Atlanta. That would be like our New York City. We also have Montreal. We also have, Burlington. We have the greater New York City area. So we have a lot of people sort of similarly within reach. We're situated similarly in a mountainous area. They don't have a ski mountain, but they do have a lot of beautiful natural resources. And then the main difference between us and them is they have really leaned into this as their strategy for economic development. And so, the statistics on Brevard are pretty impressive as far as like the way that they're taking advantage of that. Next slide. So the Mad River Valley, I think, is a good local comp. This is multiple towns that have used outdoor recreation to knit themselves together with outdoor rec as part of their identity. Now, I think most people think of the ski mountains when they think of the valley. We've got dad brain moment. Yes, Sugarbush. Thank you. And Mad River Glen over there. But that is really not all. They have done a great job of diversifying their income or diversifying their offerings. They have over 60 miles of trails. They've been working on this for decades. Their community has benefited a lot from it and has some data to back that up. Next slide. Just some like dollar amounts I think are helpful to look at of like what is the benefit of outdoor rec. This is a chart that tells you some local communities that are taking advantage of these opportunities. I think Waterbury is the most. Some of these studies are quite old, and so the numbers are going to be higher at this point, but they're still impressive to me, at least. I think Waterbury is the most recent one. They just came out with an economic impact study for Perry Hill. It's a 14-mile mountain bike trail, 14-mile network of mountain bike trails adjacent to Waterbury, and it brings in $840,000 of new spending. So that's spending that is because of the trail system. And then I just wanted to highlight too, there are other things that happen. It's not like just that people go and, then go shopping, then go out to have a drink at Charlie O's or whatever. Like Mavic is a bicycle wheel company, international company, and they were starting a North American branch, and they decided to open it in Waterbury. And that wasn't accidental, that they chose it because it's a destination for cycling. So there are these other benefits that come to your community if you are advancing these strategies and people are going to that place. I'm not, we're not proposing that we become Waterbury Kingdom Trails. We're distinct, and certainly we can't really even go in some of those directions, and we'll talk a little bit about that. But I think it's useful to look at the numbers and the scale of what's happening in other places. Next slide is about how people spend their money in trail communities. It's a little. Are you all looking at this on the computer? Because I'm realizing this projector. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Great. So you can see it in a little more clarity. There on the left, the bar graph shows you like how people are spending their money, and the service sector is really the dominant one. And the point here is Montpelier is basically perfectly situated to capture these dollars. Like people who come to do outdoor recreation, they want a place to go shopping, they want places to eat, they need places to stay. So I think our strength is that we have all those things in spades already. Next slide is, and Matt touched on this in the beginning, we're just really close to a lot of people. This is a snapshot of kind of where we're at, which I think is a good reality check on things. We have about 10 miles of trails. So we have 4 miles of mountain bike trails in the North Branch Park. We have our 4.5 mile paved rec path. We have a few other multi-use sort of connector trails here and there. Most of these other communities are in 50, 60, 100 miles of mountain bike trails. This is using mountain biking as an example, or, multi-use trails. We're nowhere close. Like, people don't come to Montpelier as, for this activity, maybe once, to check out our trail system, but we're not a destination. Also, the other bit of it is, like, these communities have been working on this for a very long time, decades. Like, I charitably gave us 5 years, I would say. I think 3 of those years have not been actively working on it. So, we are in a nascent phase of this this campaign, I guess you could say.
Because those 5 include the 3 since 2023.
Yeah, I said, let's say starting in 2020.
Okay.
Yeah, 2021. All right. Yeah, go ahead. Next slide. These are some ways that Montpelier or any community can benefit. I think they're all applicable, with the exception of maybe the gear manufacturing node there in the bottom right. But, I think the one that comes to most people's mind when they think of outdoor rec is tourism. But like the Mavic, bike wheel company example, there's industries that relocate or strengthen because of these activities. People retire to places where there's good outdoor rec. They're popular places for families, there's sports schools and businesses. And again, I think when I look at this, I see us really well positioned to capture these benefits. So yeah, now we're getting to the question of like, what is our strategy, right? And how do we fit this to who Montpelier is? Sometimes I find it's easier to agree on who we aren't than who we are. And so, like, we are not Stowe, we're not a resort town, nor do I hope we aspire to be. We don't have a ski community, we don't have ski mountains, so that's a bit of a limiting factor for us. We're not like a second home community, like a Mad River Valley type of place, or some of those, further flung communities. We're not a rural area. Like, I think Kingdom Trails is the poster child for this. They're like a very rural place that has gone all in on mountain biking and have attracted a lot of economic development because of that activity. Like, that's not us either. We are not adjacent to giant federal lands. So that's like the Brevard example. Brevard is adjacent to millions of acres of federal lands, and they have capitalized on that. We're also not a college town. Like a Burlington or even a Northfield to some extent can sort of like play that card. Who we are, I think, is often a point of debate in these meetings. Especially when it comes to economic development, and Matt alluded to that as like, who are we? That's a new, hard and nuanced question. I think it's easier to look at like, what are our strengths? We have a great historic downtown. We're a regional employer, and we have the state capital, and all the ancillary businesses because of that. And I think probably that piece is like our highest leverage. Our highest leverage bit is like, if we have great outdoor rec, that is a win for the businesses that are here and hopefully want to stay here and grow here, and maybe more businesses to come in here, because that makes people want to come live here, makes people want to come work here. And it's sort of a force multiplier for us. Similarly, like great place to live and work. It's a great place to live, like young families. I mean, I live in this, I have small kids who are here, and just really, it's a wonderful place to live and raise kids. And then we've touched on this, but there's so much. If you just draw a 1 hour circle around Montpelier in any season, except for maybe now, you've got multiple ski mountains, like world-class ski mountains. You've got a dozen like world-class mountain biking destinations, Nordic skiing, amazing hiking, like all of these great things. And I think the downtown that we have is very complementary to those activities. So yeah, sort of looping back a little bit, like on Matt's dot thing, like the proposal here is not to like reshape or remake Montpelier in the image of an outdoor recreation community. It's to add another significant node to our economy, to diversify it, to add interest, and to like sort of have all these benefits flow from it, because they are very complementary with our other pieces. Next slide. So this is where we landed. Back in 2021, this was developed in consultation with Montpelier Live, the Montpelier Business Association, the parks, like all those folks that I talked about. We presented to and got feedback from. And these strategies are captured in more detail in the city's economic development plan, in a chapter in the city plan. But basically, they're number one, tell the right story. And that story is, there are a lot of towns in Vermont with great outdoor rec. There are a lot of towns with great downtowns. There are very few where outdoor recreation is seamlessly connected to a great downtown. So that's really where we want to go, and the story we want to tell. And I'll talk a little bit later about how we've been telling that story. 2 is making strategic investments. And so that includes a diversity of offerings, not going all in on one particular thing, making our recreation family friendly. We've focused a lot in recent years on accessibility. So, making our trail resources, especially, either explicitly universally accessible for people like in wheelchairs with disabilities, or functionally accessible. And then, so there are a variety of things we can do that, right? We can grow our large natural areas. We've done a bit of that. We can connect our trail systems. We have been doing that. That's sort of our big project right now, is the Parks Connector Trail. And then the third strategy is to think regionally. We're small in land area, so we don't have that advantage of having a lot of land to play with. So we need to, partner with neighboring towns, neighboring communities, private landowners. You'll see, like, if the strategy is to grow mountain biking, like our parks basically like can't like accept any more mountain biking, or not accept, like they're like, we have sort of run its course, like with the mountain biking that's available in our parks. We have 500 acres, really amazing parks, but that's not enough to sustain like another 10 miles of mountain biking trails. Like, nobody is proposing that, nor would the community ever be interested in that. But there are other ways we can achieve that goal. And then this is a fourth one, which is not like in the city plan, but I think it's important to call out because it often comes up, is to like plan proactively around not falling into, community that's loved to death. And you do see this in places, and in this industry, it's referred to as the amenity trap. Now, I think we have a really long way to go until we are falling into the amenity trap. We're not close to this. That being said, you can do things to plan proactively to prevent yourself from getting there. And so that is, it's not rocket science or a surprise to anyone. Yeah, go ahead.
Can you just, in a few words, to a 4-year-old, explain what the amenity trap is?
Yeah, so it would be a community where people begin to resent those who come to enjoy the natural beauty of that place.
I see.
Yeah. Exactly. Yeah, that could be, if you ask some people that would be accurate.
Got it.
Or it becomes too expensive,
Right.
or affordable for,
Yes.
the year-round community that was there to support it.
Now, affordability is a complicated matrix, but if it's perceived that outdoor recreation is making your community unaffordable, you could see how that would be a problem. So the, the nutshell way to avoid that is to like not forget the core functions of municipal government, which is to like invest in infrastructure, public safety, to take the gains from this strategy and reinvest it into the community. That would be like the simplest way to explain it. And there's a lot of case studies and literature about how to do that. That could be a whole separate thing.
Library full of stuff.
And I'll say just like about that, I'll say we're very far away from that. And I would say that's a position of strength, even though, yes, the bad side of that is we're not capturing benefits of outdoor rec. The good side of it is we can bake that into our plan. So this is our trail map. We have copies here. Hopefully you all have seen this. It's in kiosks all around the city. We have Hubbard Park and the North Branch Park are sort of our two big, most prominent featured natural features in town. We are the only state capital with a trail right out the back of the state house, and that's a beautiful thing. We also have 4 rivers in town. Not a lot of people realize that, but you can see them all on the right. So Winooski, the Stevens Branch, the North Branch, and the Dog all coming into town. And that is a completely underutilized resource in many ways. So I'm just going to run through, I won't read all these, but I just want to like bring them into people's awareness, or you can look at the slides. Like this is what we've done, I would say, in the last 5 years. So the next 3 slides correspond to those 3 strategies. The takeaway here for me is like, you can do a lot with relatively little investment from the city. It's been a challenging few budget years for us. And we really haven't asked for a lot as it pertains to this goal. Would I love to see the city investing more in this goal? Yes, and I would love to have that conversation moving forward. But the point of these is like, okay, let's tell you what we've done. And we've basically almost spent no money as the city on this stuff. And we've leveraged a lot of grant funds and other sources of money. So this is the telling the right story bit. This has mostly all been provided through grant funding. We've made a lot of videos. Montpelier Alive is the sort of public facing interface for the city. So nobody comes to the city website to find out about how great our trails are, but they do come to Montpelier Alive. And on Montpelier Alive, there's 12 videos about all the different things you can do around here. And then really simple things, like a lot like the bread and butter of this is like making sure you have trail kiosks, making sure you have a map, making sure the signage is clear. Those gateways into outdoor rec are really important, because if people come to a community and they're like, where is all this stuff? Like, I heard it was great outdoor rec, but there's no signs. Like, it doesn't really sell it. Strategic investments, we have made quite a few there. We've expanded our parks by Hubbard Park by 78 acres and North Branch Park by 54 acres. The Hubbard Park expansion has, the really key development out of that has been the Parks Connector Trail to connect Hubbard and North Branch with a multi-use trail. A lot of other simple things like trail counters. The Montpelier Youth Conservation Corps is really, I feel like, the piece that I feel passionate about, in the sense of like, we want to build trails, but we also want to build community. We want to build character of our young people. And there's a lot that I could say about MYCC, but I think at the end of the day, it fits really well into the strategy because it leverages, the people that live here. It creates a connection to town, and hopefully those people, stay here, live here, work here, or at least think fondly of us. Next slide. And then regionally, we have really benefited from the Cross Vermont Trail coming through town. I mean, they had this bridge over the Winooski there that's pictured was a decades-long project that just came into focus in the last few years. And we, just because of our location, stand to benefit from that. Right now, you can't get from Montpelier to Groton State Forest on all rail trails, but it's pretty close. And that is the Cross Vermont Trail's next big move. Their next big goal is to connect Central Vermont to Groton State Forest, all off-road, multi-use, beginner-friendly. You can just imagine how great that would be. And things that are even further out of reach, but like you can picture happening, like all over Europe, they have these walking tours, right, where you can walk from end to end. You maybe walk 8, 10, 12 miles a day, and then you have a place you can do it very lightly loaded. You could imagine something like that in central Vermont. It's not there yet, but it could be. And then, other partnerships, if you just go back to the last one, are key. I mentioned Central Vermont Regional Planning Commission. We have others, Onion River Nordic, really great local skiing, amongst other things. So yeah, I wanted to show the next slide, if it'll work. There's a 1-minute video that sort of is like the sizzle reel for all of the videos. I don't know if the sound is coming through. And while we're figuring this out, so we made videos for gravel riding, mountain biking, hiking, running, our rec path, water adventures, others that I'm not remembering, Nordic skiing. But when we made these videos, we were thinking strategically about when you watch most outdoor rec videos, they kind of feature like really fit middle-aged men with beards. And so we specifically didn't try not to show Kip in any of the videos. So, where our first approach was to Myrna Valerio, who's sort of like the poster child for people that are underrepresented in outdoor recreation and has embraced that in her whole ethos. And so she, at the time, lived in town and was really excited about the idea and came on board with us. And we tried to show children, we tried to show families, we tried to show people of color, women of all ages, and you'll see that reflected hopefully in this video. And that is the image that we were intentionally trying to project. Yeah, and maybe it won't work, and that's okay.
I watched the video last night.
Oh, cool, great. So Ben has seen it.
I did link it to the cover sheet.
Lovely. Okay, it's also on the Montpelier Live website as are all our other videos. And we made a video about Mudfest last year. So plug for Mudfest coming up this weekend. Muddy Onion, really fun event along leaving right from town. All right, I'm almost there. So yeah, thinking about what's next, and I'll hand it over to Matt and Evelyn here in a minute. When this committee reformed, let's say about 6 months ago, we wanted to bring forward evidence-based, data-driven strategies from Montpelier that could advance the outdoor rec economy. So, and we broke it into sort of short, medium, and long-term goals. So short term would be, and these goals very much align with this. So the state has a whole outdoor recreation economy movement. They have a toolkit that they've come out with for communities, and these goals are very aligned with what the state is doing as well. So short term could, next slide, please, would be gravel riding. So we have hundreds and hundreds of miles of gravel roads around Montpelier. We don't have to build any. We have 3 large gravel or bikepacking events that come through town, Muddy Onion being one of them. They had 800 people last year. Jen, was that it? Something on that scale. Yeah, 700. So this is, we do absolutely nothing to promote or support these 3 events as a city. The entities that do them, they do their own promotion, but we don't say, hey, here's a great place to crash as you're coming through town, or here's some business opportunities, or even here's a guide for the roads. So what we're doing is we're partnering with this company called Gravel Adventure Guides and making a adventure guide for Montpelier. It'll have 10 routes that all leave and end in downtown, and stories about Montpelier, and ads for businesses. And so we are, that's one project we're working on. In the short term, easy. We had $20,000 in a grant to put toward it, and feel like we can find the other $30,000 to $40,000 that we need to finish that. Next is medium term. So we're really looking at the example of Waterbury here. They have 14 miles of bike trail. They're seeing $840,000 of economic benefit to their community. We have 4 miles of bike trail. So what would it take just to get to 14? Well, in terms of dollars, it would take us about $500,000. So $500,000 would translate into $800,000 annually of economic benefit to this community. So it's pretty good, return on investment. And we have a great partner, the Montpelier Area Mountain Bike Association, that really will lean on to advance this goal. And so we feel like if we can get there, within the next 5 to 10 years, that would be a worthy achievement for us. And then the other one that I feel like it's not in the like data-driven, evidence-based category, but is like sort of bringing together our disparate brands and signs and groups to have one presentation to the community that lives here as well as the visiting public to say, this is what outdoor recreation in this area is. And then long term, and this is where I'll turn it over to Matt, go to the next slide. We, would really like to see the river come into focus as a asset for the city. And this is something that the city has held as a goal for many decades. And for a long time, like the dam removal piece was a struggle, not necessarily a struggle to do as much as a struggle for people to buy into that concept. And that piece has really changed a lot in the last 5 years. From like, it's hard to sell people on this idea to people are like, of course we should do that. And so river recreation we could never really even talk seriously about that until we remove the dams in Montpelier for a variety of reasons. Them being dangerous as one, but the sediment, they're not safe to get into. This is, I would say, the concept that's like furthest away from the people's sense of what's possible or even normal. That is not the case in all parts of the country. There's over 80 whitewater parks in the country. There's 35 in Colorado alone. We had a meeting in this room the other night about whitewater recreation, and we got a feedback on it. That I think we expected was span from like, wow, that looks awesome, we should do that, to like, this is the dumbest idea I've ever heard. Because people, it's new, it's a new idea. But we had money to thinking of partnerships, Vermont River Conservancy went out. They got a $300,000 grant to study dam removal, to do all the engineering and permitting for the city of Montpelier. So that is such a huge win for us. And we were able to take some grant money that we had and tack on the recreation piece to hire a consultant who had done this before to say, could we do recreation in Montpelier? What would it look like? What could we do river recreation? The answer that they came up with was yes, we would be a great fit for that for a lot of different reasons. So that's a piece that we have to bring forward to the community and really help people understand how that could be good. I want to address the comment earlier about it being elitist. I think when you look at river recreation in a place like, if you can see that picture in the lower right, there's one person in the river and there's like 100 people watching. And that's like kids, families, older people. A lot of people can participate in this event through viewing it. It's also a place to get in the river, for people of all ages. I think what we would do and what the consultant is asking for river recreation or proposing for river recreation would be, let's start with the easier place. Let's not start with Confluence Park in downtown where it's really difficult. Let's start out at Pioneer Street where we already have great river access. We have funding to remove that dam. It would be way less expensive. And then you get people to understand what that looks like. I think the comment was like, this would be desecrating our rivers. Like my response to that is like, the rivers are desecrated. That work has been done already. Like we have dammed the rivers, we have hardened them, we have straightened them. And the goal for any in-river recreation project would be to improve that area, to improve flood storage. You would never advance a whitewater project that raised flood levels. You would only do it if it lowered, at minimum didn't affect it, or lowered flood levels. So I think that's like part of the education that needs to come with time. And we in the slide that I presented about what we would be doing or what we've done over the last 5 years, like a lot of that is piecemeal, right? So we got a $30,000 grant here, and we got a big chunk of FEMA money that was really helpful. The EDA grant, that we're here to talk about really represents kind of our best opportunity to like take a couple, very large steps forward on this front, which is why, I appreciate how Kelly queued it up. Like, it's about asking and checking with you, like, how are we doing on this? Like, how does this look to you? Are we going in the right direction? Can you give us feedback about what seems off or not? And then, there's the public engagement piece as well. So there are pieces as well that, and this is where I hand it to Matt, is like, talk about leveraging outdoor recreation, leveraging the city's assets for private investment. And this grant also presents a really great opportunity for that. So, is that a good enough segue for you?
That's great.
Great.
Thank you. So everything I'm going to talk about is somehow contained in the city plan or the work plan. There's nothing in the proposal of what we're going to talk about that hasn't been vetted or discussed over time over the last few years, embedded somehow. Next. And there's a list of components that I want to talk about. I'm going to talk about each of them in more detail. One is the dam removal. Another is what I'm calling an adventure incubator. Third is the trail network, which Alec discussed quite a bit. Fourth is a visitor center and public bathrooms. And then the last two are the more controversial components, which are the Confluence Park and this Whitewater Park. Next. As I'll talk about, this is a picture from the other night in this room where there was a huge turnout to talk about the dam removal. And the idea, it's interesting, Alec was talking about some of this. My first day here was September 2nd last year. And my first meeting took me to was to talk about homelessness and housing in Barrie. And my second meeting was to meet with Alec and all the people talking about the dam removal and on the same first day. So that the whiplash from my first day was pretty remarkable too. But hearing Alec and Kasha and the others who were in that meeting, who doesn't want to work with Alec? So in a certain way, since then, I've kind of tried to internalize a lot of what I do and figuring out how can we support this wonderful work and the team that Alec has in the city to make these things happen. Because I used to live in Boulder, Colorado, where the outdoor access was immediate. And I just moved here from Cambridge, Massachusetts, where I lived 100 feet from a magnificent river with a zillion outdoor activities for my daughter, who was 3. Sailing and kayaking and boating, all of it was right there, and bicycling. Rivers are magical, and it just seems like we should be doing something other than ignoring them. Here. Next. This is a picture for this year's Gear Maker Festival, which is the only outdoor gear festival conference in the state, and it happens here. It's going to be on School Street, closing the whole street down. One of the challenges with the funding that we're looking at is that you can't use it for housing. It's absolutely forbidden. You may not discuss housing. You can't talk about amenities for housing. You can't talk. But a loophole is to talk about live-work housing. And so if we start to imagine the opportunity to have live-work spaces focused on outdoor adventure, outdoor recreation economy, then we can also sneak in some housing, which would be a benefit to the city. We're desperately in need of housing. I have a diagram in a little bit, but the idea here would be to promote this component in the picture with the bike loop that Alec had earlier. You said, well, maybe gear manufacturing is not a thing, but it could be a thing. And we have those nodes because of the architecture school at Norwich and other already existing local small manufacturers. We have that opportunity to tap into those small industry, cottage industry things. And so it would be an idea.
Can you define live work space? Is it just housing and office space?
An apartment where you can do work in your ground floor.
Okay.
And have a bedroom, kitchen on the second floor. We could fit 18 to 24 units on State Street.
Yeah, I just also wanted to call out in that the concept of a platform, as I understand it, has been part of discussions for connecting State Street to the trail and the river for some time. And I just wanted to flag that we don't overlook that when we're thinking of this concept, that that's one of the goals within longstanding planning that you all have discussed, that it could help achieve.
Where the bike trail goes through downtown, it's elevated when it crosses the North Branch. When you get to the west side of the North Branch, it's up in the air. And so this would be a way of like reconfiguring the landscape along that area so that the bike trail could then connect to Elm Street. And it would be a public-private partnership. It wouldn't pay for the housing, it would just pay for the platform to raise it above the floodplain. We'd work with a private developer to build the house. And Tim Meany's family owns that, and the city leases the lot, and Tim's very supportive of this. Trail network. So hence coming to Montpelier. As Alec talked about this quite a bit, just that there are already existing events, but what we don't do is really capitalize on those. A different example, a different case study that would be really worth looking at as we move forward is there's a bike trail that connects Washington, D.C. to Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania. It goes along the C&O Canal and then other routes. And the amount of investment relative to the amount of economic development that has occurred because that bike route exists is solely due to the fact that they recognized that the bike path was there, and they worked to make the individual communities along that route work to make it an economic engine that would work for them. So they built hotels and cafes. And the bike path, the Cross Vermont Path, which will get finished, is going to be an enormous opportunity. Tying into other regional bike paths is another enormous opportunity. And so working towards that goal will only increase the opportunities for other businesses to exist and thrive. So 1216 Main Street is the city-owned lot, and it's gone through struggled through a couple of failed RFPs, and I understand why they failed. The RFP could be improved for sure to do just regular housing, but we could also use it as a site to build a hotel. We own the property, and it would be immediately adjacent to the bike trails, which would be a great location. And this is a fledgling idea. Because I'm an architect, I draw everything, and I can show you plans and sections, and like I've drawn this hotel. But in terms of moving forward, this is one of those areas where the public engagement component, which Evelyn's going to talk about in a moment, is going to be the most valuable. It's really trying to flesh out what do we want downtown, how do we want downtown city-owned property to operate within a larger economic and community development picture. And then here's a map. The red is city-owned or leased property. So just get a orient you. Main Street. This is North Branch. This is State Street. Garage. Transportation center, the Conference Park would be. This is the 1216 site. For the arts and when talking to talking about cleaning up the back of their grocery stores so that it can become a viewing platform for things that happen in the river, and they're very enthusiastic about that idea. I think that would be a fun project for them to reimagine what the back of their store, which is now pretty good. Weak. Yeah. Yeah. Been emailing.
Yeah, he's actually done something really similar in Newport, right? Where he owns the Vista Plaza and they put a boardwalk at that. It's really cool.
Yeah, great. And this is just a map I drew that kind of puts all of these things in a kind of ecosystem of Montpelier. You see the different components as they go along, starting on the left with the park at the Dog River, and then moving all the way to the right to Stevens Branch, city-owned or controlled property that would be what we would need to have for the match for this grant. We wouldn't require anything else. We would just say we're contributing city-owned property as part of this economic development grant.
All right, so this is where I get to jump in. Evelyn Prim, Communications Coordinator for the city. And so I wanted to talk a little bit about some of the community input that is going to go into this project. And before I even dive into that, I just wanted to highlight just how awesome this project is for a couple of different reasons. So a lot of the things that we do in city government overlap quite a bit, but we don't often get to talk about them that way. And so this is a really unique opportunity to talk about how our infrastructure, which relates to our recreation opportunities, can really contribute to our economic resilience. And so it's really neat. And I really appreciate being part of this project to help tell that story in conjunction with everything else that this project and strategy have to do. So this cyclical infographic here on the slide kind of illustrates what Kelly talked about, and we've mentioned throughout this presentation that it's an iterative process, and it also has lots of positive feedback junctions. And so if we think about kind of beginning where I have a little eye icon where we had a vision back in 2021 when the all-around adventure strategy came about, and then that led to some ideas, and then we had a flood, so we had some events that we are responding to, and then that led us to some problem solving, and that's really where we bring in and also to highlight our community partners and the different stakeholders that are involved in this, and also just to mention here, specifically because we're talking about community input, we are lucky to have a very accessible city government. And so all of us sitting here today are reachable either by email. You can call us. We love to talk about the work that we do. And so anybody that is out there listening or watching this later on that has more questions, we encourage you to reach out to us. We love to just be able to talk about this. And so to keep it high level tonight, just kind of thinking about how we got here and where we're going. The collaborations and conversations that we've had throughout the years have led to the development of the goals that we went into overview today. And then so now the kind of the question and decision point before the council is going to just tell us what we do next and where we further refine and seek input. So based on your feedback tonight, we have some goals here on the left-hand side that we are hoping to incorporate into our community outreach campaign around this project. And so number one is just really highlighting that connection between how infrastructure and recreation go together to create long-term economic resilience for our city and our broader community as well. And then identifying the partners that we would need for a successful campaign. I think as we mentioned several times throughout our presentation here, it really, we succeed together, and the work from both the city and our public-private partnerships are integral into what we'll be able to achieve together. And so we would seek input from community members continuing to do that. On the next stage would be the favorability and sort of project prioritization based on the different projects that we highlighted today. And then we would conduct that through a survey. And this is just the very high level of what will be a communications campaign that I will be able to share with you all. So that'll really flesh out all of the points. And then also to identify new partners in the all-around adventure economic development strategy, because we have a couple of people sitting behind us tonight and a bunch of other groups that we've mentioned, but
there are definitely more that we can benefit from. And so we're going to actively seek their collaboration. And then to also cultivate the collaboration and support from our federal partners. As we talked about, a lot of this, it would benefit from grant funding. And so having the support of also our state and federal delegation is going to be very important, just to making sure that we would succeed when we were applying for those grants. Then I wanted to point out, or just to orient you on our website of where you will see more information coming soon. So this is a screenshot of our homepage. And so right underneath where it says the welcome to the city of Montpelier, I have updated the color scheme on our community engagement portal banner. So if you click anywhere on that rectangle, that'll take you to our Zen City project page. You probably heard me talk about Zen City before. So that is the extension of our website that allows us to do much more, way more functionality than just our regular website. And so that has our robust survey capabilities, and is really the purpose of Zen City is it's designed as a community engagement platform. So we have a lot more tools at our disposal that we can use for this process. So that is where you can look forward to learning more. I'll turn it back to our team.
So those components that I outlined earlier could have a pretty impressive economic impact on the city. There are formulas that you use to calculate what the economic impact is. And so when we look at the investments of those components that I listed earlier, you can see that it could create somewhere between 350 and 450 or 540 full-time jobs, bring $20 to $30 million of economic output to the city. The investment from the grant that we're going to talk about shortly would bring one full-time job for somewhere between $35,000 and $53,000 of investment, which is a pretty good return because the income from that over time more than pays the cost of the grant.
Can I just add, those numbers sound eye-popping and optimistic, though. Franklin, New Hampshire, who built that Whitewater Park in 2021, they since then have had $85 million in private real estate investment in their community, 2 breweries, 44-room hotel opening. These are all things I think, we could see that we would be good for Montpelier. The Whitewater Park is not the only reason that those things are happening in Franklin. I don't want to sell that, but it's part of the picture.
And that's just one model. Look at Salida, Colorado. There's a lot of other places where you could see the investment that private developers, private businesses have made in these communities where these relatively small and modest investments in the outdoor economic activity have blossomed, multiplied many times over. So how do we pay for it? This sounds great. Okay, next. So last June, the Department of Commerce Economic Development Administration put out a notice of funding opportunity. And the grant designed by current administration was designed to promote economic development opportunities in communities that had had a declared disaster, like Montpelier. It's not available to everybody, but it is available to a lot of communities in North Carolina or Texas or Florida, California. There was an opportunity that ended in March 2nd to apply for a much larger sum, $15 million. But I only found out about this in November. And so trying to get ducks in a row since November has been a chore. So my proposal is to apply for the medium one, the implementation grant, which is up to $20 million with a 20% match. And as I said, the $20 million grant application, the $4 million of match would largely come from city-owned property. There are problems here. Because it was due offered in June. Many other communities have already taken advantage of the amount of money that was available. So there's a dwindling pot of money that is already available. Second is another really major concern is that the regional grant administrator, Catherine Trapani, who I've been working with since November, has more recently expressed concern about outdoor economic development as a proposal for this type of grant. Now, her concern is based on the fact that the current administration is trying to claw back money that was awarded under the Biden administration for similar projects. And so she's concerned that the administration would not support this application. Talking to others in the state who know Mr. Trapani, it seems like she's being understandably conservative in her estimation about the success of this, and that it has been suggested that if we were to talk to the staff of the congressional delegation, we might be able to get a read of what was actually happening in Washington when they go to score the applications there. And so depending on how this evening goes, that would be kind of a next step for me, is to start asking our congressional delegation staff, not the congressional delegation, not our senators or congressmen, but their staff, what they think or how they would propose moving forward in conversation with Catherine about what they think the chances are. But I would say that this is a slim possibility, but it's also a relatively safe. There's nothing lost by applying. We're not jeopardizing anything. What I see my job doing is taking the city plan that you approved, the work plan, and figuring out how to find money to help pay for all of these wonderful ideas that are embedded in that plan. That's my job. And so when I saw Alex's presentation and I found this grant, it seemed to me a really beautiful opportunity to give it a shot. Unfortunately, there's some urgency. If we had another 6 months, maybe we would do more homework, find out better information, have greater clarity on the chances of the grant going. But there's no doubt that the available pot of money for the grant is dwindling quickly because the major grants were due on March 2nd. These grants, this grant can be submitted on a rolling basis. It's been almost 10 months. So, okay. And questions about this grant?
Well, why don't we wrap up? Because we got a few, I think, more framing to do before we open conversation. So I'll take over.
Yes,
okay. And so I'll just say, some of the urgency around this grant is what precipitated bringing this revived conversation to you all. And, we had honest conversations with the staff where I was like, whoa, like, we can't go out and ask for all this money without having checked in with council, gotten endorsements of this vision, gone to the, public to make sure that these components are the right components, and worked with our partners on making sure that these pieces all fit together. And so that is where we've arrived at. And what I want to say is that, again, this is sort of giving further clarity to a lot of work that you all have done around a vision for outdoor recreation as an economic pillar in Montpelier. We are asking to link those with specific infrastructure investments that support and further that outdoor rec economic vision together as an integrated plan. We want you to check in with you for your endorsement of that linkage and that integration. We want to go to the public and check with and test that integration with them and their feedback on it broadly and their feedback on the specific components specifically. And I want to recognize some of the components that we've presented have already gone through a decent amount of vetting in the public. Some of them have not. We want to get those up to the same level of understanding and clarity in the public's mind and respond to that vision with you as the council and bring that back through updated conversation. Now, when I look at the strategic plan for Montpelier being, economic development, infrastructure, and housing, being new here, what is clear to me is that the economic development vision is the clearest that you have through your city plan and through your strategic plan. It is understandable. We can point to what your goals are. We can point to the infrastructure strategies that support it. And so what we'd like you to do is let's seek your leadership tonight to continue putting clarity around that plan. Because the more clarity that we get around that is the more authority that we have as staff to go out and raise the grant funding and seek the capital into the city for the investments to bring this together. So while the grant might have been sort of a precipitating event on which to respond to, it's the bigger vision and the bigger endorsement that we're seeking, because that's going to let us as staff go out and continue to bring clarity of what the public wants for the city in this area and for the access to capital to make it happen over, many efforts and many years. And so I acknowledge like there's some components to this where other groups, other stakeholders have done a lot of work. We will collaborate with those together for our ongoing public outreach. There are other components to this that sort of we're going to hold and initiate and run with as we build that stakeholder input. All of the components of this, the city owns some element of authority over. It's either our properties or it's our partnerships that we're focused on. That's why we're not focused more broadly along the entire river corridor. We know there's going to be visioning exercises that happen with that. We're focused on the things that we can directly make decisions about. And so, that's why sort of our first motion here is endorse the integration of these infrastructure elements, authorize us to go out and build this public engagement plan, come back to you with that plan, and then start these conversations continue these conversations with the EDA to see if any of these components line up with their vision of the grant. That feedback might be, we would rather fund the feasibility of the Whitewater Park as a singular component than this whole broad vision. And I would see that as a success. But it would be working with them to figure out how this matches. And it would also be laying the groundwork with ongoing partnership with the EDA, with ongoing partnership with our congressional delegation to bring this vision to life through future funding opportunities. So that's what we hope to leave you with today. It's been a long presentation. I know we've blown right past your break, but I feel inspired by this. I hope you feel inspired by this. And again, this is an inner circle of a feedback loop that's going to have more inner circles to it where we touch base with council and bring this work back to you. And so with that, we'll open it up. I'll turn to the mayor to.
All right, we'll go back to our
discussion.
Tightened up format. Are there further clarifying questions before we will entertain a motion? Councilor Brown.
I have
so many questions.
I will just say this is great. I really appreciate all the visioning that's gone into it and the creativity and the idea that the federal government would basically pay for it all. Yahoo! I love it. And I do recognize that there's been planning since before my time on the city council for this sort of general all-around adventure kind of approach to things. And I'm in favor of continuing to endorse that and go forward with it. There are components that are in the grant idea that are going to be a really, really, really hard sell for a lot of folks in the public. And so I would. So I guess if it's possible, I'm not really very comfortable with the idea of giving the go ahead to this grant proposal right now after just having sat through an hour and 15-minute presentation. That's all the information that I have. So if that could be a decision that could happen at another meeting, I would be more comfortable with that.
I wonder if we could take a 5-minute break
and
then come back and discuss. I think first of all, awesome presentation.
Yeah.
I really appreciate the work and thought that went into it. I think it's really exciting. I would like to take a 5-minute break and then come back and talk about it.
I think that's good. What I would ask is let's go ahead and take a 10-minute break. We should have done it at 8:30. Let's not use the break. Thank you for your patience and the willingness to wait, but let's not use the break to ask questions. Let's ask those questions after we come back from the break. We can do that. Yeah. Okay, great. We'll be broken for 10 minutes. We'll be back at 9:24. 24. We are called back to order. We were in the question and answer session around all around adventure. Checking in with Councilor Sheridan and Alfano on Zoom, just because you're not in the room, I don't always have you immediately on my radar. Do you have questions or comments for us? Councilor Sheridan, go ahead.
Okay, in some ways, this sounds wonderful. In some ways, it just sounds like a complete fantasy. I mean, the Confluence Park got voted out for many reasons. $3 million. You know what it's known as locally? Hobo Park. And that's what it'll become. So, I mean, some of the, do you remember what the river looked like last year? When we were at the end of the drought, there wasn't even hardly a trickle. There was maybe a stream coming down in the middle of the Winooski. There was no water at all. We live in climate change times where nothing is normal anymore. And we're counting on this to be this river that is just constantly flowing, that you couldn't even put a boat in the river last year. You could have walked across it very easily by jumping the little bits of stream. We can't be sure that this is not going to be an ongoing thing, these droughts and then floods. It's all crazy, the climate right now. I don't know. It's a lot of money to put into it. And here's another thing. We all love Montpelier. I'm a fourth generation. I stayed here when all of my classmates said they couldn't get right to get out of this place. If we're so great, how come we're not growing? We had 900 more people here when I was 10. We've lost that many, and we haven't gained any population in all these years. So I don't know where all this impetus in money is going to come from. We're going to leverage buildings to pay for this. I don't even know what that means when they're municipal buildings owned by all the people. I don't know. It just sounds wonderful, but it sounds like a pipe dream. There's too many things on that list. Maybe if we took a couple of them and tried to work them and see if they have some improvement, we could move on. But I'm not going to vote for that whole thing to move forward. I'm sorry.
For clarification, if I'm not mistaken, so question for the panel. You're not asking for approval for a whitewater feature or a hotel or biking or hiking specifically. We're asking for an endorsement of the idea of all around adventure as a concept and to move forward to more public engagement to sort of whittle down what things are or are not in alignment with the community's interests and values. Does that sound correct? Yes. Okay. All right. Yes, about the how to pay for it part. The right. I guess what I was saying, because I heard during the break the question about the pros and cons of a whitewater park and whatnot. Tonight we are not debating approving a whitewater park or approving a hotel or approving a specific bike path or whatever. We're being asked to either endorse or not endorse all around adventure as the direction forward. We're asking to give clarity or guidance to engage in further public engagement and conversation, and approval to apply for this EDA grant. Right. So those are the three pieces. Councilor Alfano.
Thank you. I'm curious about a couple of things. I voted against Confluence Park several times when I first got on the council. It appeared to me to be sort of isolated. The timing didn't seem right. It didn't seem connected to other elements. This plan is sort of the opposite of that. But I do have some questions about I mean, whenever I look at something that has so many dimensions to it, I wonder what elements of it might be standalone. Typically, you wouldn't. I mean, let's say we actually got $20 million in a grant. You don't spend it all at once. So there's a sequence, and I'm wondering if there are standalone elements of this, like, for example, 12 Main Street. Is that a project that could be that could stand alone if we didn't get the full grant? But we got some, and we needed to start somewhere. I'm just curious about that element or other elements that might stand on their own.
I can answer that. The guidance we've gotten from Catherine Trapani is that the component that she is most enthusiastic about, or the component that she feels is the strongest out of the list of components that I shared, was the idea of this kind of maker space, live workspace, because that looks in the eyes of the administration from her reading to be the thing that looks most like a factory, which is what they want us to build. And so if we were going to take one component out of the list, that would be the one that has been recommended to the city. I think to say, well, we're going to build the foundation or the infrastructure for visitor center and public bathrooms and the foundation for a hotel, while that might be the most appealing or maybe a component that the community would be in support of, that doesn't, in the eyes of the administrator who we've been working with, that doesn't really represent an economic development strategy in the way that this grant is intended to support. When I started the presentation and I showed the diagram with all the bubbles, what I was trying to do is to say, were we to move forward with those components, the argument would be that this is where Montpelier's economy is going to succeed. We have the constellation of adjacent skills and resources that would allow this to succeed. And that's why it makes an economic development package that makes sense for Montpelier. If we just said, well, we're going to do this piece or that piece, that doesn't communicate the full kind of synthesis of the components that would be needed to make that argument. Is that clear? Yes.
Councilor Doyle?
I know that explains it very well. Thank you.
Councilor Doyle, did you have a question or comment?
I have some thoughts. I really do appreciate the presentation, and I'm a huge believer in the idea of outdoor recreation as an economic driver in communities. And I think in kind of my day job, when I worked at USDA Rural Development, we did a lot of work with the Northern Forest Center that really has its entire focus as an organization, right, is thinking about how do we pivot from the forest-based economy to really, in many ways, a recreational economy. And I've seen it work. I grew up next door to Kingdom Trails and remember when there wasn't anything there, and then there's $11 million of economic activity as a result. So a real believer in it. And I think we should endorse that direction. I think we should endorse that direction. I think we should endorse additional community engagement about what does that outdoor recreation economy look like in Montpelier, right? And what are the elements that the community is excited about, and kind of tier it. I worry about the EDA grant in that, I believe in community economic development. If you find the great idea and you build the consensus and the partnership and the vision behind it and the work behind it, it will flow. And, when I worked at rural development, we actually funded the feasibility study for the Whitewater Park in Franklin, New Hampshire, that EDA then came up and followed up on, right? And we're thinking about the EDA grants in Hardwick around the local food economy. That was based on previous feasibility work and visioning work that really showed the market viability of it. And so I wonder if there's the opportunity to partner with federal partners or other funding partners to say, this is the direction that the council has endorsed. We're engaging the community about it now. We want you to come and be a part of that engagement process with us and collaboratively build a kind of funding opportunity that can sketch this out kind of more comprehensively and then look for the implementation. I mean, I see like a series of really great projects. I worry about like, are they fully baked enough to be competitive for the EDA grant? I mean, we could just apply for it, and if we get it, like figure it out later. But I think my experience has been that like, if you're collaboratively building the funding request with your funder, you're more likely to get the funds. And that's why I think, you know, when the regional administrator says something, we should listen to it and work with her and the delegation and the other funding partners to say, how can we make outdoor recreation be a real driver for Montpelier, which I think it can be. And then the last thing I would say too is it's like, I really appreciate the idea of diversifying the economy. And you know, I know that there's been some great work in the Northeast Kingdom with the Northeast Kingdom Collaborative that actually looked at the success of Kingdom Trails, but then also looked at like, what are the other kind of nodes of like success, which are local foods, right? And the creative economy, like thinking about things like Catamount Arts or anyway, looking at the intersection of those three things of the creative economy, the recreation economy, and the food economy, all of which we have here in Montpelier, right? And so thinking about how do you get the guy or woman off the bike into Three Penny, right? And then how do you get them over to Lost Nation? I think those kinds of things are super interesting. I think you get to that with the artist incubator kind of thing. But I guess I'm just trying to say, like, I think there's more feasibility and visioning work that needs to be done before really diving head in this. Like, yeah, like an outdoor based adventure kind of hotel, fantastic. But we also might need a different kind of hotel that could impact the downtown more significantly or differently. So I have hesitations about that third step of like, let's go full board for this grant until we have a more robust community engagement process that we have really truth tested those individual components that are outlaid in the grant application. If you have a good idea, the money will follow. It's not about a single grant opportunity. Those are my thoughts.
Okay. So
Could I
go ahead,
just
Alan.
respond that I think you said exactly how we all feel. I think you took the words out of our mouth. I think the reason that we're here is, you know, this sort of like this opportunity arose, and that, you know, I know like Councilor Gill's not here, but like when she was running and in many conversations, it's been like, oh, there's so much federal money out there. We should be going and get it. And so this is like just a lob to you guys to say, hey, there's this opportunity. But I completely agree with every word you said.
I think there's all this federal money out there. Let's go and get it. Let's go get it, right? By doing it in a way that's gonna,
So we have 3 suggested motions for us. Are there other? I'm hearing some direction from the 4 of you. Would anyone like to bring one of these motions forward for us to actually discuss one at a time? Or as you suggested, Carrie, is this something that we need more time to consider? That question is not just for you, it's for everyone. Councilor Brown.
Yeah, so my it's kind of hard to see a clear path forward right now at this very second. And I think that's kind of what I was saying before, but I agree with everything that Ben was saying. I think it would be, I would have no problem voting to endorse the continuation of this approach now. I really like the way you kind of laid it out, the whole entire plan as it's kind of scaffolded, you know, and it starts with, let's get the bike paths going. Let's, you know, things that we can really do. And I really appreciate the idea that we're focusing on the things that we actually have some control over, the property that we own, the connections that we already have. That's great. And I think we should keep going with that. And, you know, my only qualm is about the particular elements in this particular grant proposal. And if there's a way to authorize, if it would be helpful that we could authorize the staff to pursue funding opportunities for the all-around adventure idea. You know, maybe that.
I would even like, can I just offer, like,
Yeah.
I would even like back up from that. Again, you know, I think what Ben said lies a very clear path of how you build funding success in partnership with your funding, you know, collaboration with the funding partners. What the additional clarity I think that is needed in the vision is the specific things of the, well, what are you going to do to advance Montpelier's outdoor recreation economy? We have proposed a number of them, right? We want to continue vetting those. And that continued vetting is the request from you all to go out and do a public engagement process on that continued vetting. Now, in terms of building our relationships with funding partners, I think it starts with doing a pared down pitch of what we dragged you all through tonight to our federal partners to say, this is where we're at with our vision for Montpelier. This is how we're getting clarity around it. Where are there opportunities for us to partner with Fed? That may be, let us help you pay for a feasibility study to put more clarity around these specific components. You know, again, I'm like, here's the feedback. It's like a feedback spiral almost. We've done the outer part of it. We're kind of coming into the inner part of it to request, these are some of the specific project ideas that we want to know if they're the right ones. Do they match moving our outdoor recreation economy along? We're asking you all for that feedback. We want to build a public engagement campaign to ask the public for that feedback and bring that back to you. And we're building the relationship with the funding partners all along the way, right? Of kind of continuing to communicate with them how this vision is getting more and more clarity over time. So that's what I want, the direction. That's the direction I think we're asking you all for.
What does the community engagement portion of the vetting look like? Like, what do you envision that looking like?
Well, we're going to bring that back to you.
Oh, okay.
But we don't want to go out and build this whole public engagement thing and spend all this staff time pulling in partners to say, how do we best ask the public these questions?
Right.
Without you all saying, this is a good thing for you to talk to the public about.
I can speak for myself and say, I think it's a great idea to explore the outdoor recreation venture all. I think that's really great. Number two, I think it has to involve robust community engagement. So like really identify with both funders and the community about what's going to leverage the most opportunity. I would love to see a plan for what that looks like.
So to restate any of that in the form of a motion.
I move that the council endorse the outdoor. Sorry.
Evelyn, can you bring back up the slides?
We had some,
There was
some wording, some suggested wording.
Oh.
So we don't have it in front of us.
Oh, thank you. Yeah, I would, I'm assuming we want to take these individually. I would make a motion to endorse the all-around adventure integrated economic development campaign consistent with the adopted city plan 2025 and the fiscal year 24 through 27 council strategic plan.
Is there a second?
Second.
All right, we have a second. Is there any discussion? Seeing no discussion, the motion before us is to endorse the all-around adventure integrated economic development campaign consistent with the adopted city plan 2025 and fiscal year 24 through 27 council strategic plan. All those in favor, raise your hand and say aye.
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 Any opposed? All right, we are not unanimous. Councilor Alfano, how do you vote?
Aye.
Councilor Sheridan?
I'm not ready to go down this path with everything else we got to try to figure out. Where's the staff time going to come from? So, no.
Okay, Councilor Doyle?
Yes.
Councilor Brown?
Yes.
All right, I'll make the fourth. Is there another the motion passes? Is there another motion?
I move that we authorize staff to collaborate with partners to develop a public engagement plan.
Is there a second?
Second.
Is there any discussion? Seeing no discussion, we'll just go with a roll call. Councilor Alfano, how do you vote?
Aye.
Councilor Sheridan?
No.
Councilor Doyle?
Yes.
Councilor Brown?
Yes.
Mayor votes yes, the motion passes. Now, before we get into the third one, Is there any, well, go straight to a motion. We'd have a discussion afterwards if there is one. Is there a third motion? I'm not seeing a third motion. Manager Curry, do you have what you need to proceed with those two?
Yes, I think we can build in how we would want to communicate this vision for the city with our federal partners as part of our engagement plan.
Can I ask a question? Just another kind of clarifying question.
Go ahead, please.
Matt, you did a very clear about a dwindling pot of EDA funds. Do you have any sense of how quickly they're dwindling? And, you know, if we were to work with our federal partners and the regional administrator was to say, come back for a feasibility study through EDA to flush all of this out, I guess I'm just wondering about time, you know, what you're seeing.
I don't have a precise estimate of how much is available. My communication, which has been a few weeks now. But my last communication for she was very focused on the workspace.
Yeah.
And she said, get this into me soon. So that made me think that there's some urgency. Like she wanted it that bad. So it may be a non-issue, but there is the smaller grant opportunity within this other money for feasibility study, which we can apply for. Maybe that's a third.
Councilor Brown, sorry, did that answer your question?
It did, yeah, thank you.
Councilor Brown, you had previously floated some language that was not specific to applying for this exact grant proposal, but that authorized the city to pursue funding for these things. Is that something that's still interesting to you?
It is. Mostly I want to make sure the staff has what they need to be able to move ahead. I don't think that you need our authorization to explore funding opportunities. So I understand you're asking for kind of our endorsement of that, for us saying, yes, we think this is really great. Go forward. And so if you can continue with this general idea that let's talk with them, let's work with our federal partners and let's see what makes sense, and then come back to us and with the public engagement process, because that is going to be so big. And you know, those of you who are here for the whole Confluence Park thing, you know what people are going to be saying. and so, but there is so much more to your plan that you're presenting than that it really needs the opportunity to get out into the public and let people really engage with it. So if you don't need another motion, then I'm happy. If you get to a point where you feel like you really need something specific from us, then come and ask us for that.
I mean, I'll just say I'm of two minds, and those are, you know, I want any funding opportunities that we go for to be like well supported throughout your plans, our staff structure, and our capacity to deliver. And so what, you know, the foundation of that is what we're asking you all to authorize us to do today. And I'm also of the mind that just generally with grants, like we should be asking you, like asking council, will you accept this grant for the city? Right? As part of the budget, as part of our staff plan. Like that's just sort of what I expect of all of this process, not specific to this grant in particular. But so I, you know, that would always be a check-in.
Can I just ask, did the outdoor the adventure economy, did that receive funding from Northern Borders Regional Commission or from BOREC?
Yeah, so we've got two BOREC grants, one in 2020 and one in 2021. The first one was only 25,000. The second one was 213,000.
To kind of develop all the, yeah.
That's what it was.
Great. The last thing I'll say was my son's 15th birthday today, and for his birthday, my mom gave him the outdoor adventure map. I didn't know it was on kiosks. Like, it was nice enough that I thought she did purchase it. Anyway, just a testament to how good this stuff was.
And how frugal you're amazing, mother.
Yeah.
So,
Councilor Alfano.
Well, I'm just wondering what the downside is. I mean, it seems to me that in motion 3, the term develop includes discussions with the funder, but based on what we talked about here tonight. Is there a way that, I mean, given the timelines and so on, is there a way that we can get started on it without creating a big downside? I mean, I realize it's staff time and so on, but there's a certain element of the development that would involve further consultation with the funder about what such a grant application might look like, while we're also conducting community outreach and so on. Is that?
I mean, I think we can go back to, Ms. Trapani.
Is that a
and
naive way
talk
to approach this,
her.
or?
Oh, we had a lag. I think we can go back, explore funding opportunities. To me, is a conversation with the EDA administrator of we're narrowing our scope, we are broadening our process. We want to just keep her informed anyway, right? Because this is sort of how we build the groundwork. And if there's any there, we can bring it back to you. But at this point, I don't think we need any authorization, because we're not gonna. The conversation would be to explore that and see if there's any there.
Mr. DeLacy.
Yeah, I would just add that this is not the only EDA grant that's available. They have other funding streams. It's just this one is uniquely appropriate for Montpelier because of the disaster component. So they're having a continuing discussion, building a relationship. There could lead to other opportunities, but this one's probably going to dry up, given the process that we've outlined.
So, yeah, just for that point, I just feel like seeking the clarity. I feel like what I'm hearing is not yet comfortable with moving forward with the grant application for what was proposed, accepting that we might miss this funding opportunity for Montpelier, but generally enthusiastic about the idea with more public input. Does that sum it up?
I think so. And I'm also hearing general support for pursuing funding opportunities.
What I would maybe suggest, it's just a strategy, is that second motion where we said, work with partners to develop a community engagement, that the funders are a key part of that process, right? Saying our council endorsed this vision for pursuing outdoor recreation as an economic driver, and then getting EDA, NBRC, USDA, the congressional delegation around a table to say, this is the overarching strategy that we have. We want to engage our community. How can you do that with us, right? And then you're collaboratively building the funding opportunity. That's direction that I would suggest.
Okay, so what I'm hearing, I'm not hearing support for a motion to apply for this grant this time, but we're going to meet next week. We're going to meet the week after that. I'm hearing general support for the project as a whole and for exploring funding sources and continuing to engage with funding partners. Seems to me that, yes, Councilor Brown.
Yeah, I think that characterizes where I'm coming from. And I would also add that as you're working on this and something happens where you really do need an answer from us on something particular really quickly, then you can always come to us and ask us for that.
Can we take an hour and a half?
Yeah.
Preferred not. Okay, so I'd like to say one last thing and then we'll move on to the next agenda item. I appreciate all the work that you guys have done. I appreciate the vision that you're bringing to the table. We need vision to move forward. Also, it's very important that we as a community and as a council allow the question of what if to be asked without it being married to a specific proposal to do a specific thing at a specific time for a specific dollar amount. The specifics will never come if we don't allow ourselves to ask what if. Asking what if is not, that is a good thing. We should allow ourselves. So thank you very much for asking what if. That is the most important step toward getting to anywhere in the future. Thank you very much. All right.
Thank you. Thank you.
With that, let's move on to episode 8. Or season 8, it feels like now.
Thank you.
At 9. Oh, great. Just like that, we moved ahead one. Terrific. All right. The next thing is the river hazard amendment first reading. I would like to point out that there is no decision required at all with this agenda item. This is a public hearing. I would like to formally open the public hearing. See how I did that, John? And Mr. Miller, would you like to tee this up for us?
Yeah, Mike Miller, and as Mayor said at the start, and where do you live? I always want to say planning director, but I do live in the city of Montpelier in District 3, just in case anyone wonders. I do live in the city, so I'm not just your planning director. So tonight we're going to talk about the public hearing amendments on the river hazard area regulations. I do have a quick PowerPoint. I'll start talking just because Evelyn will get it pulled up. So what this hearing is about tonight is our changes. We have changes proposed to the river hazard area regulations that include permanently adopting the interim changes that were made in 2024. New changes regarding substantial improvement, substantial damage, and historic properties. Some revised terms to match state and federal law, and some additional minor changes for internal consistency. And I'll summarize those a little bit later on really quickly. This shouldn't take too long because it's a relatively small collection. You have a strike-through copy. Today is for public comment, questions, and to discuss any amendments. There will be a second hearing on May 13th. It's already been warned in the newspaper. This follows a slightly different process than ordinances, where you would go through and make the motion to set for a second reading. In this case, this follows a different piece of state law, and so it's already been warned for tonight and for May 13th. So no vote is needed for a second hearing. So how did we get here? Don't want to jump to the fourth slide. Flood hazard areas were first adopted in October of 1973, and they were part of the zoning until 2018. On January 5th, 2018, the city adopted a separate river hazard area regulation, which included both river corridors and flood hazard rules. And it's been amended several times, and most recently on April 17th, 2024, as an interim change. And those interim changes by state law are valid for only 2 years, so they expire this month in 2026. So the Planning Commission held a public hearing on March 23rd on these proposals and voted to send this document to City Council for consideration. And April 22nd will be the first of 2 public hearings. So what's officially being voted on is the strike-through document that you have. The official draft documents can be found at the website, at the city's website, by looking for the River Hazard Area Amendment tile on the main page. So if you go to the main page, scroll down a little bit, there are large tiles. One of those tiles will have the river hazard. It will take you to the page that has those strike-through documents. We also put together new flood hazard and river corridor maps. These are reprojections of the same data. We actually could have just put them out without getting council approval because it's not changing anything. But because we were doing it at a similar time, we felt we'll put it all through so that way it's all up on the table. These are reprojections of the same data. No areas have changed. And Nick has also done an excellent job. Nick Gauthier is our planning and zoning assistant, and he's a GIS whiz, and he put together a interactive map on the planning and community development page. So if you go to our city department page, there's a link on the side that takes you to interactive maps, and those interactive maps have one for river hazard, so you can look up your property and actually see which river hazard zones you might be in if you're curious about that, or you can contact us and we'll guide you through that if you'd like. But we did want to go and say we have created a few interactive maps to help people to see this They're all unofficial. The official maps are the ones that we have in the office. So the river hazard changes. The adoption of the interim rules that were passed in April of 2024, that some of you may remember was about closing the first floor conversion loophole that allowed non-conforming commercial space to get converted to non-conforming residential space. So it's just a loophole under federal rules. If a building, let's say City Hall, we flood-proofed City Hall, it would then be illegal to convert the basement into residential units because you can't convert conforming space, conforming commercial that's flood-proofed to residential because it's not allowed. But if it's non-conforming and even more unsafe, that you're allowed to do under federal law. And right after the flood, we had a couple of properties that were giving concern, and we brought it to council to go through and say, you know, some of these flooded 5 or 6 feet deep, and they're non-conforming, and it wouldn't be appropriate for them to be converted to residential. So we should really not have this allowed. If you want to convert it to residential, you have to elevate it or otherwise meet the flood code. So that was passed. That's the interim change that went through. And now this, on the 13th, if this is approved, it'll be made permanent. Some of the other quick changes, they're minor amendments. If you look at section 630 regarding substantial improvement, substantial damage, those are really talking about what happens primarily after a flood. If you get more than 50% damage, that's substantially damaged. And there are rules in their entire manuals at FEMA that tell you how to manage those. And our rules kind of, they were accurate, they were correct, they just weren't organized in such a way for them to be clear. So we've kind of reorganized them in that, and especially moved historic buildings out. So there's a new section in 721 that talks about historic buildings. So that's really the other change that is being asked for in this one. And then the rest are a lot of cleanup things, statutory references, definitions. The Home Act changed some rules and definitions. Most of those affect the zoning, the Unified Development Regulations, but those definitions also then transfer over to our river hazard regulations. So we have a bunch of these that are really just cleaning up some technical points. So those are the quick run through, and I will open it up for questions and public comment from council and public.
First, any questions from council? Any comments from the public? Mr. Whitaker.
A couple of things. Steve Whitaker. I wish I'd had that beeper when that went on for over an hour. Holding public hearings after 10 o'clock at night when nobody is a farce. It's not a public hearing when you let things drag on for an extra hour and then try to pretend that you're doing a public hearing process. But the one issue that I think we should not be the nanny state. If there, I don't know how many properties are affected. I know of one particularly where housing, if the landlord was required to give proper notice that this is a flood prone area and you'll have to leave if it looks like the water's going to rise, that is a housing that we shouldn't just rule out because we're the nanny. You know, there's empty properties that cannot be elevated and that could be housing, a lot better housing than all the people you're leaving out on the street right now. I'll tell you that. But to close off that because somebody thinks it's good enough for a medical office. I mean, a new primary care physician just moved into a carriage house behind the Unitarian Church, the old medical society. That's going to flood. That's right next to the river. That's going to flood. Why someone couldn't live in an equivalent property as long as they had proper notice, no surprises, you know, and preparedness, we should not forfeit that potential housing opportunity. I'm not speaking of that building in particular, and I don't know how many buildings are affected in this way up and down the North Branch, but I just think that we're going overboard by closing that loophole because somebody wants to say people can't be trusted to get out of the way if the water's coming, you know? Does that make sense?
Can I ask a clarifying?
Yeah.
Can I ask a question? Is that all right? Or
It's Mr. Whitaker's time, if you'll allow it. We'll pause while Councilor Doyle is talking.
do you think that that should apply to, I mean, we're talking about conversions, right? Do you think that that should apply to new construction as well?
No, because new construction can more affordably be elevated. Yeah, no, I think that we're so tight for housing right now that we should be turning over every rock and not ruling out things unilaterally that are already outfitted with bathrooms and heaters and, you know, a could keep some people indoors.
I appreciate you answering the question.
Yeah.
Thank you, Mr. Whitaker, for the perspective.
Maybe consider a policy where you don't ever hold a public hearing past 9 or 10 o'clock, you know?
We'll take it under consideration. Thank you. Is there anyone online that would like to speak? Is there anyone else in the room that would like to speak? Mr. Kelman on Zoom.
Yeah. I own a property in Barry that ran into regulations like this, even though the property was minimally damaged during the extreme flooding in that area. And the reason why we ran into a problem, and I brought this up at the hearing before the Planning Commission, and Mr. Miller countered what I was saying FEMA doesn't make rules. We make the rules and we enforce them. We manage them. Well, come on. FEMA does make the rules. They make the rules because if you don't follow their guidelines, then you can't apply for flood insurance. And here's the problem. FEMA's rules are one-fit-size-all rules that are designed with the Louisiana Bayou and the Outer Banks of North Carolina in mind. They're not based on the situation that we have, where we have a river that, you know, every 10 years, 20 years, 30 years floods more very sporadically, maybe here, maybe there. We should have rules that are flexible enough for staff not to say, oh, sorry, we can't do that because the state environmental people who are in charge of enforcing FEMA rules say, here's the rule. And I ran into this, again, what Steve just said is true. We're very low on housing. I had a building which I could have made, it was a conversion from a commercial space to a to residential space, specifically for Section 8 people, the kind of people who are out on the streets right now. In fact, all the people who are in my building were out on the streets at one time or another in the last few years. And it took me a year and a half to make the improvements I needed to make because of this feeling among the Barry Planning Department that they couldn't approve it, even though they wanted to, because the state wouldn't approve it, and the state wouldn't approve it because it didn't meet the FEMA guidelines. So I would, as a city council, I think you need to ask Mike Miller about how they would go about enforcing these to, you know, really to tie the hands of somebody like me who wants to provide housing for people who desperately need it. And nobody has moved. First of all, in my leases, I have to include a statement that says this is in a flood zone. Okay, nobody moves into that building without knowing the danger. Number one. And number two, the danger is not very great. And number three, these are people who, if I didn't rent it to them, they would be out on the streets. Just please think about that. Thank you.
Mr. Kelman, if I could ask a clarifying question there too. What I hear you saying is that, I mean, so if the job of the planning department to enforce existing rules and regulations, whatever they may be, if those are too rigid, what would you like to see from our or any planning department that would be helpful to someone in your situation in navigating?
Well, I would say two things. One is when you have your regulations, don't have your regulations have to close loopholes like Steve Whitaker was just saying, and make sure that everything is so tight that because you're afraid you're going to be sued by somebody. Give greater flexibility to your own staff to say, you know what, be able to have your building inspector go down and look at it and say, yeah, I don't see this. And by the way, the building inspector in Barry agreed that there was no real problem there. They felt their hands were tied. Now, so number one is don't make the regulations tighter than they already are from FEMA, because the FEMA regulations are, guidelines, they call them, are tough enough. Secondly, look at those regulations and figure out, as I did, that there was in fact a loophole that I could get under. But I had to figure that out. The planning people didn't figure that out, and the state people never would agree to it. But, by the way, the story's not over. The second thing is, and this is just a general thing about the planning department and what it can and can't do. You've got to give the planning department flexibility, and they have to take that flexibility. I've seen cases where where staff is allowed to make a decision, but is afraid to do it and says, I think we need to go to the DRB about this. It's flexibility that's needed.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Kelman. Does anyone else have comment or question? All right.
Sorry, I got one more question.
All right, Councilor Doyle, go ahead.
Mike, can you talk more though about the connection between, like I think Mr. Kelman referred to it, right, of following FEMA guidelines in order to qualify for national flood insurance, and like what the benefits are for that for the community of being in part of that program?
I mean, yeah, there are a number of benefits, and we have to follow the FEMA minimum standards that exist for participating in the NFIP program, and that allows residents to purchase flood insurance. Montpelier has more flood insurance policies than any other community in the state. We've got more insured value. We are a CRS community. And so by having higher standards in certain places, like requiring 2 feet of freeboard, these give us points and gives discounts. We're currently at 10% discounts. And if Homeland Security were not shut down, we would probably be at 15% because we've submitted our paperwork and it's sitting on a desk somewhere. But yeah, we do exceed standards in a number of places. I am a certified floodplain manager, so I've got to get training every single year. I'm the state's most senior CFM, so I've been doing this for a very long time. And I make recommendations to you and the council, and you guys make policy decisions. The decision that was made about closing that loophole was one that was very open. I said, this is allowed. And the question is, do you as a city council want to set the policy to close that loophole? The primary concern that I have, as my kind of ethical responsibility, is to go through and make sure we're looking out for those different cases, including we're in an ice jam area. We are susceptible to ice jams. Those can hit in the day, those can hit in the night. So it's not like, yeah, we'll just let you know you've got to move out because there's a flood coming. You just have 32-degree water in your house rising to 3 or 4 feet. And if you're a senior or if you've got children, that's, there's how do you get out? What do you do? That's why we have after the flood, we identified 16 buildings that had floodwaters into the first floor. And we were working with those to identify how can we buy them out or elevate them. And we have been able to get through 7 of them, and we've run out of money. But we still have this list of ones that we either want to buy out or elevate, because the next time we have a flood, the hardest part of the flood recovery for the community is the displacement of people and losing everything they have. And we're trying to work very, very hard to mitigate those 16 buildings that are residential. We have a lot of damage. A lot of it was commercial. That's a different question. That's a different topic. But when we're talking about people and their lives, we're talking about a limited number of buildings, not a lot. There's a lot of buildings that will get water in their basement. And we'll tell people, don't put stuff in your basement if you're near the river. But water into the first floor was our thing we were talking about. And as fast as we were working with people to buy out buildings, commercial developers were saying, I can't get anyone to move back into the space after the flood. I'm just going to put residential units in. And all of a sudden, what was 16 became 18, became 19. We were like, this has to be a policy decision that council decide. Are we going to be chasing our tail as fast as we're elevating and buying out properties? Commercial developers who can't get commercial tenants are converting. Now there are still options for commercial tenants if they want to, and one of them has, I believe, converted it into a short-term rental or into an apartment, into a hotel. Those types of residential units are okay per the codes, because those are commercial, those are not residential. So there are options for developers to take advantage of those. And my opinion to council was that I think we should close that loophole just to make sure we're protecting and giving ourselves the best opportunity to get ourselves to a point where one day, probably when I'm not here, it'll probably be, many years down the road, we can go through and say we've elevated the last building or we bought out the last building. If we get flooded, we'll be in a much better place with that group. We still then have to work with all of our commercial partners. But that's, as your certified floodplain manager, your planning director, that's why I made that recommendation. And that's why I would continue to make that recommendation. But if you said, take it out, we take it out.
Okay, there's no decision or motion required for this. Mr. Kelman, only because you've been here for so long and so patient, I see your hand is still raised. If you have a very quick comment, I'll allow you just a moment.
Very quick comment. What Mike Miller just said about developers and hotels and short-term rental, this is my point. Don't make a rule when you're thinking about just one chunk of the community, because the people who rent from me are Section 8 people who would have no other place to live. They are not people who are going to stay in a fancy boutique hotel so don't make a rule that's going to prevent some people like me providing housing that we need.
All right, thank you very much. Appreciate that. So we'll pick this up in 3 weeks, I think, at our second hearing. I'm hearing that we should try to make sure that it falls early enough on the schedule that it doesn't go past 10 o'clock. I don't think anybody foresaw that we would be here at this time doing this. I'm also hearing that there's a desire for flexibility and latitude to be given to planning departments. And I'm also hearing that there are a lot of considerations that come from floodplain management that need to be considered. We'll consider all these things over the next 3 weeks, and we'll be back for a second hearing. Thank you very much, Mr. Miller, for your time, Mr. Kelman, Mr. Whitaker, for your time. We're going to officially close the public hearing. Thanks, John. All right, we have 3 more items. I think we can get through these things in due course. Hopefully not too much time. With number 10, we are to give direction to staff to publish or not publish the applications for the CVRPC and TAC appointments from the city manager. Curry, go ahead.
Yeah, so, gosh, we had a conversation March 11th. We had another conversation March 25th, and the direction from council was you wanted to open up this appointment to the broader public for application, but you wanted their application to ask for information about experience, skills, knowledge relative to the work of the Central Vermont Regional Planning Commission and its Transportation Advisory Committee. So I started from our normal committee application that, for all the other committees, folks seek out that form, they apply through that form. I copied over all those fields and then have proposed some additional language so that an applicant would need to respond to these questions for you to consider. Do you think that they have the knowledge, skills, and abilities you would like in appointing a member of the general public to the Central Vermont Regional Planning Commission or the Transportation Advisory Committee? And so what I am seeking is your feedback, edits, approval, all of the above of these two application forms. They are identical except for the areas where I have highlighted them in yellow because one is more general planning and the other one is more specific to transportation. So I will leave it at that. And then the second part of that is for you to advise staff how long you would like us to leave the application period open for before we bring back candidates to you for consideration. Currently, the Transportation Advisory Commission role is open. That seat also allows for appointment of an alternate. Mike Miller is serving as our appointee to the Regional Planning Commission, and through June 30th, his appointment was confirmed for that position, also allows for an alternate. So those are the two things I'm seeking from you all tonight.
Okay. Are there any clarifying questions before we ask for a motion? Seeing no desire for clarifying questions, does anyone have a motion for us to debate and discuss? Councilor Brown.
I move that we approve the presented application forms for recruitment of applicants to represent the city on the Central Vermont Regional Planning Commission and CVRPC Transportation Advisory Committee, and direct staff to advertise the open position. And I'll just say that I feel like I would like staff to use their judgment as to how long to leave those open and when to bring it back to us. I don't feel the need to specify that.
Hold that thought for a second. Is there a second to the motion?
Sorry.
All right, thank you. There's a second. Is there any other discussion? Didn't mean to cut you off there. Okay. Is there any other discussion about this? I would just echo Councilor Brown's thought that how long to leave it open is something that you don't really need our stamp on. We trust you. I mean, it will revolve around how long it will take this body to approve someone once the applicants are brought back.
I would minimally say I would probably like to bring them back in maybe the first council meeting in June, so those appointments can start July 1st.
See, that sounds perfect. Knew you got it. All in favor of, well, Mr. Oda, will you read the motion as it's presented, please?
Move that we approve the presented application forms for recruitment of applicants to represent the city on the Central Vermont Regional Planning Commission and CVRPC Transportation Advisory Committee, and direct staff to advertise the open positions.
All in favor, raise your hand and say aye.
Aye. Aye.
Councilor Alfano, can you hear us? Oh,
Aye, yes. I
okay,
can.
thank you. All right, it is unanimous, it passes. Thank you everyone for that. Thank you for your work on that. All right, next we have a homelessness committee appointment. It is for Ali McGurk. My understanding is that she has attended a homelessness committee meeting, and I've spoken to Mr. Hughes, and Mr. Hughes had no objection to her appointment. I don't think he's still here.
Yeah, I'm still here.
Oh, you are.
Sorry, I wasn't recognized, but
I would invite you, if you have anything helpful for us in making this decision, to go ahead and say it, but otherwise.
Allie has some significant experience, lives in Montpelier, works for COTS. So I believe she would be appropriate.
Okay. Are there any clarifying questions before we entertain a motion? Thank you, Mr. Hughes, for the comment.
She did attend a meeting.
Yes, thank you. And that was actually your helpful suggestion that we are rolling into our consideration about committee appointments in general.
Appreciate it.
Thank you. Is there a motion? Councilor Brown,
I move that we appoint Ally McGurk to the Homelessness Committee.
is there a second?
I'll second.
Is there any further discussion? All in favor of appointing Ally McGurk to the Homelessness Committee, raise your hand and say aye.
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 All right, unanimously passes. Thank you, Mr. Hughes, for your comment. Thank you, Councilor Brown, for doing a bunch of heavy motion-making lifting tonight. Appreciate that. We're gonna postpone item number 13, so we're down to our last item before we hit the home stretch. Item 12, representation on the Local Development Corporation for 87 State Street. Would you like to tee this up?
I
Manager
would.
Curry? Thank you.
And I want to thank John Copans for staying this late and hanging in there. I thought I could cover it, but his solidarity on this request is helpful. So you heard from John when he gave a summary of what the Foundation for a Resilient Montpelier is doing under their kind of newly formed mission and structure. That one of the things they are organizing is a local development corporation. My apologies for not catching the typo, the error in the agenda, but it is correctly presented on the cover sheet and documents. But anyway, a local development corporation for the 87 State Street. And what this involves is putting together a board of directors that would serve to act as its own organization and for the purposes of being poised to take on ownership and stewardship of the 87 State Street property and hold it and prepare it for future use. The city itself as an organization is not going to own this property, is not committed to putting funding in this property. I think it's very clear to say that because there has been some misreporting in the press earlier on this about the city's role. What is requested here is my participation on that board of directors for the Local Development Corporation. Other members who have confirmed to join the board of directors include the foundation, the CVRPC, the Central Vermont Medical Center, Vermont Mutual Insurance, Downstreet Housing, Union Mutual Insurance, the Preservation Trust of Vermont, and the Central Vermont Economic Development Corporation. The board is expected to meet regularly monthly and perhaps more frequently early on. I think it's a great opportunity for me, newly in this role, to engage with important institutional partners and their leadership in the city. And I know that this is an interest of the council in terms of one of the areas of economic development for making sure that our properties don't, the properties in the city don't get held as vacant, unused space. So my request to you all is to authorize my joining of this board. And if you have questions for John for more details, he provided information that I submitted in the packet with, kind of foundational governance information as well as the broader view for the property.
Councilor Doyle.
Yeah, I just want to acknowledge that I serve as the president of the Preservation Trust of Vermont, my day job. And so we are, have been working collaboratively with John on this project. I'm going to serve as a member of this LDC board. I'm going to be doing so with my Preservation Trust hat on, my work hat. Will not be representing, I care a lot about the city, which is why we're involved, but I just want to be clear about that distinction. And as such, I think it's probably best for me not to participate in a vote on this.
Councilor Brown.
I will move that we authorize the city manager to join the board of the 87 State Street Local Development Corporation.
Is there any discussion? Councilor Sheridan.
Yeah, I'm just a little worried that Kelly's overloading herself. I mean, she's taking on a lot of new stuff. she's, going to be part of that presentation that we just got. I just think that, she might be overloading herself, spreading herself too thin.
Okay. Thank you for that. Councilor Alfano, do you have questions or comments?
I didn't hear a second to the motion,
Oh, good point.
and I will second it.
Thank you for that. So we were a little bit out of order. There has been a motion and a second. Manager, go ahead, Councilor Alfano.
I'm just curious about potential conflicts of interest. Is any of that arisen, hypothetical or otherwise?
Yes. So I addressed that in the memo, and I'll summarize it here. There is, there could be potential conflicts of interest in terms of if that property needs to come through any city permit approval process. And so obviously my role to the city is primary, and I would recuse from those decisions at the Local Development Corporation Board.
Thank you.
I think both of you raise perfectly good questions about this. My thought on it is that we've hired Kelly to be our manager. She is perfectly capable of deciding how much bandwidth she does or doesn't have. We all run up against potential conflicts of interest from time to time, and they're perfectly manageable because we're responsible, ethical people. Councilor Doyle, do you have a comment? That's just my opinion on it.
I'm sorry, it's not like I suspect John could provide guidance on this, but I would also just say, Jim, to your concern, like the board is largely advisory in nature. I think the idea here is when the LDC is formed, this board is advisory and would be staffed in some capacity to do kind of like day-to-day work. And so, I think Kelly would represent the city well and bring a ton of experience. I think, frankly, what's most important here is for the city to have a seat at that table. And I think I don't know if it's the right term, but from a professional development point of view for Kelly, like networking with the major employers in the city, I think is valuable. That's a long way, Jim, of saying like, I think your concern is valid. And yet at the same time, I think it's probably a limited time commitment with a pretty high payoff for both connections that will help the city overall and specific to this project. The city having an official seat at the table, which, as I've said, is not going to be me.
And Jim, I really do appreciate your concern. The HR director and I are working to get the assistant city manager position posted by Friday this week, which I'm hoping to get filled so as to move some things that are currently on my plate to that role in the coming months as well. So I am feeling like there's a lot on my plate. I am thinking through a plan on how that gets better delegated as I build out my team.
Great. Any other discussion or questions about this? All right. Thank you, Councilor Zalfano and Sheridan, for those questions. I guess at this point we're going to vote. Mr. Kopans, I hate to have you here all night to not say anything, but I think we got it.
There's nothing you need to say.
All right. Thank you very much for just being willing to be here. It's important for us. Okay, the motion on the floor is to authorize, well, you want to say the correct words so I don't bug on it?
Authorize the city manager to join the board of the 87 State Street Local Development Corporation.
Great. All in favor, please raise your hand and say aye.
Aye.
All right.
Aye.
Okay, thank you. And you're
going to abstain.
You're abstained. That's 3 votes. To make a 4th, I will also vote aye. All right, the motion passes. Other business. At this time, we'll invite anyone from the public who would like to say anything but before you go, Mr. Kopans, thanks again for being here.
My pleasure. Thanks for all the work we do.
I find that hard to believe, but thank you for saying so.
Oh, public forum. Do either of you want to talk about Foundation for Resilient Montpelier is hosting a public forum?
Come to the microphone so everyone on Zoom can hear.
I mentioned that this was coming when we were before council maybe a month ago, but Foundation for Resilient Montpelier is hosting a public forum up at in the chapel space in College Hall. It will be at 5:30 on April 30th. There will be we're calling it a social hour. It'll actually be 45 minutes, and then there will be discussion, breakout groups around resilience, our downtown, and our civic culture here in Montpelier. So really encourage folks to come out. We've got some great event sponsors. There will be food at the social hour as well, and childcare as well. So thanks everyone for coming out on April.
Thank you very much for that. And thank you for all your work with the foundation.
Thank you.
Anyone else in the room would like to speak? Mr. Whitaker.
Yeah, there's a number of issues that I've spent years learning about, and that your current practice of keeping people from talking about the skill set and what goes on at regional planning commissions. To have that come into an agenda with no time to be heard on that topic before it's voted. Maybe until you figure out your public participation, you should take 2 meetings so that there's opportunity to get heard on some of those decisions. But I think the most significant thing I have is, having read the disaster response EDA program, that is a damn near perfect fit for what I envision we should be doing in a master plan for Country Club Road, with a multimodal path, with working spaces. That to me might be what it takes to decide next week to pursue the money and use that to put the master plan together, which so far the track we're on is refusing to do a master plan. The developers will not define civic space and live workspace and multimodal paths. It's not in their pro forma. So we're on the wrong path with Country Club Road. I've said it more than enough times. But here's, the carrot being offered, that money is a perfect fit to get us onto the new track. So I sent the comment to Sal, or the section from the EDA program. I'm sure you can find it then, but give it some thought.
Thank you very much. Is there anyone online who would like to speak? And hold on, I gotta find you again. All right, let's go with Mr. Kelman and then Mr. Goldman. You're muted there, Peter.
Why don't we let Mr. Goldman go first, and I'll go second, because I went first last time.
All right, if Mr. Goldman has no objection, go ahead, Mr. Goldman.
Oh, Peter, you totally caught me off guard.
Oh, okay.
That's okay.
Do you want me to do it?
Well, I was just going to say, folks, I'm exhausted. It's like 10:40. And so I beg of you to please consider the process. A perfect example would be talking about that lovely experience trying to revitalize stuff in the downtown with recreational opportunities. I think it's a great idea. And I would have loved to have participated. I think Councilman Sheridan pointed something out, though. Yes, the river goes dry. And the other point I would have pointed out, but I don't want to make a big stink about it, every pun intended. But unfortunately, when the rivers are full, and you would be able to do that kind of experience, Marshfield, Plainfield, Barry, Montpelier, all of our systems go into failure. So we have a lot of affluent that you don't really want to swim in. When you grow up in Plainfield, after a big storm, don't swim in the river for a little while, or you're going to see some brown floaters. But I do think that the bike experience is a wonderful one. And at some point, we'd love to talk to you more about that. And I would just express again, I'm exhausted. Can we please try to have meetings that end a little bit earlier? And Peter, I don't know where you get your stamina. God bless you. Oh, good night, everybody. Thank you all for staying up so late. This is not easy. And, we will try to make Montpelier a great place. Thank you all again.
All right, thank you, Mr. Goldman. And as staff gets the public engagement portions of the All Around Adventure campaign going, please be sure to come and participate. Mr. Kelman, go ahead.
Yeah, I just wanted to say two quick things. One, Councilor Cohn did suggest that this new process that was voted on January 7th, I believe, be reviewed every couple of months, not wait 6 months. Well, we're about halfway through the 6 months, but I think you guys should really review it now. Clearly, it is not succeeding at doing the thing. It's not shortening the meetings. It's not getting any more people here. So the only third category third criteria you used was your feelings about whether it was working. Well, that's not very objective, but it's not working. And not only is it not achieving the goals that you said should be measured, it is alienating people. It is making people feel that you're trying to pull a fast one. And it's not just me and Steve Whitaker and Alan Goldman. Other people feel that too. And I do think that the very long time spent on the outdoor education would be a perfect opportunity to have had some public involvement. Mr. Mayor, as you know, I suggested a completely different idea about facing the river that wouldn't cost very much and that could be started very quickly. That's something we could test. But I didn't have an opportunity to talk during that meeting, during the meeting about that. I could have given my elevator pitch to you guys, to the whole council. So there's really something wrong with a rule. And again, this is my problem with Mike Miller and his rules. You're making a rule to deal with a particular issue, and you're punishing everybody by making that rule so rigid. And by the way, it's not in the bylaws. The mayor has the discretion. The former mayor often used his discretion to make exceptions and allow people, and actually you did too. You let me come back and make a second comment. So maybe if the rest of the council, doesn't want to abandon this idea now, or let's say after a review of it soon, maybe the mayor should just use his discretion and say, I don't think this is working. I hope you'll consider that. Thanks.
You do have 2.5 minutes left if you want to give part of your elevator pitch.
Oh, okay, fine. I'll give my elevator pitch. I've traveled all over the country and all over the world, and the thing that I've seen about rivers is the greatest thing that people want to do at a river is eat, drink, listen to music, and relax. We have lots of things. We have some of those already. Bar Hill, Sarducci's. There are some and the places that are on the river. We could turn some of our parking lots, at least during the summer, into spaces where the restaurants could have a takeout facility. I mean, let's test out whether people do want to come to the river. And you know what? If we tested that out, I think we'd find out very quickly that's what people want to do. You don't need to do something as fancy as changing the course of the river and making whitewater and have surfing. We could do this right now. Talk to what do you call it?
Montpelier Alive.
Yes, thank you. Montpelier Alive, and to this new commission, the Montpelier, the local LDC. Let's just do it. It wouldn't cost anything. We'd have to change a few. We made these parking lot, these parking space areas, and people flock to them. Let's do it by the river. North Branch would be perfect. That's my elevator pitch.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Kelman, as always. That concludes other business. I don't see anybody else with their hand up. Let's go to council reports. We'll start online. Councilor Sheridan.
Yeah. This message, first of all, is Kelly. I'm canceling our Friday meeting. I'm not interested in meeting with anybody here. You don't listen to me. You got plenty of experts all around you. They can give you the advice you need, but I'm done with it. Sorry.
Well, it's disappointing, Councilor Sheridan, but that is your prerogative. Is Councilor Alfano still with us? He was not feeling well tonight, so I think he's taken off. Councilor Brown,
No report.
Councilor Doyle. All right. Clerk's report. No report. Manager's report.
I can tell everyone wants to get out of here, so I just wanted to announce we hired a finance director. You would have all received the announcement of that, and I'm very excited to have her in. We do have one and maybe two openings in finance that we also have to fill. You all have selected next Wednesday, the 29th, for a special meeting around homelessness. I am putting that together to be responsive. I will say it's probably not going to be as composed as I normally would like with that, but I think we'll have a good conversation to be able to bring back some actionable items and some updates for you all. I do want to ask if it's possible. You all had requested that the attorneys provide you information relative to what liability the city would incur by designating a camping spot, and they would like to meet and talk with you. I think it makes sense for you to hear from them in advance of the start of the public meeting on that topic. And so I'd like to ask if you all are available at 5 or 5:30 to start that conversation for a 6:30 public session. So I'm looking, and I can follow up by email, but I'm just gonna just plant that seed for you all, because I think I have spoken with them. I think it's really important that you all hear from them as well. It will give you some ideas about what tools are in your toolbox. And I will leave that at, there's other things I'd love to cover at some point, but I'll leave it at that for now.
Okay, thank you very much. I do think given that half of the council's not here, you have to do that through email, but I agree that's a good idea. Also, I'd like to report that it's almost 11 o'clock. And so I have been very, very much looking forward to the first forum that the Foundation for Resilient Montpelier is going to be part of. I feel like I was part of bringing that whole thing along with all the other folks who did all that work. And I'm not going to be able to be there. And it's very disappointing to me, but I would like to encourage everyone and anyone who is available to please attend. I think it's going to be very important for the future of our community. And with that, we are adjourned.